All right. Okay, welcome back, everyone. And just so the public is aware, we're starting a little late because we had our board public hearing on the budget earlier, and that ran a little over. So let's see here. All right, so good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551 Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a regular voting meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, June 22nd, 2023. At 7:12 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at the AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV, and it's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. And to our audience tuning in remotely and here in person, welcome and thank you very much for joining us. So we'll move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Boswell, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve the agenda. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, the motion passes unanimously. Secretary Boswell, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa, una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Te honro, bandera de Texas. Te juro lealtad, Texas. Un estado bajo Dios, uno e indivisible.
Okay, our next item is under the President's report. So I wanted to just share that the board completed a self-assessment as a team of 10 with the superintendent when was that? It was on Monday of this week, right? Yes, I believe so. Feels like, and it was a really great session. It was facilitated by David Keppel from TASB, and really went through we did a survey that TASB developed. It's based on research, and it really helped us look through different aspects of our work together as a board, ranging on topics from our commitment to student academic outcomes, to our teamwork and synergy, and everything in between. So I feel like it was a pretty productive conversation. It really helps us to think about where we've been, where we are, and where we want to move forward. And that conversation culminated with a sort of a list of to-do items for the board. It seems like we have an endless list sometimes, but it is so important for us to prioritize, and I feel like that conversation really helped us do that. And one of the big things that came out of that conversation, I think it was 5 out of 8 of us there, said that our biggest priority in terms of our behind the scenes kind of board work was to work on our board monitoring reporting system, and really work with the administration to come together on a format that would be really useful. And so, as you know, every month we talk about different scorecard measures, which are our real student outcome priorities, and the way they're reported to us is through something called a board monitoring report. And so we have an opportunity right now, I think, with this board and with some of the new leadership and the staff coming in to think about how we can better assess how we're doing on what we have identified as our most important priorities for our district. So at this time, I would like to just ask if any other trustees have any comments on the board retreat or the self-evaluation, anything you'd like to share. Trustee Boswell.
I just want to share a brief comment on how aligned I found us on what needed work and what was working well, and how nice it was to, one of the benefits of that is to know what we need to do better, and one of the benefits of it is to have a conversation about things that, how are we working together, that we don't always take the time to stop and have that conversation. So I really appreciated the chance and what we learned.
Yes, Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Singh. I just wanted to say how also, to echo Trustee Boswell's comments, Trustee Hunter and Trustee Zapata and I attended the training that Trustee Lugo is at right now, currently, last week in San Antonio. And we got to be with trustees from all across the state of Texas, and we got to hear about all the different dynamics on boards across our state. And I am just really, really thankful from the bottom of my heart for each and every one of you. I really am. And I also want to say how much I learned from the self-evaluation that we did. Like, it was really clarifying. And I look forward to the updates that we make to the progress monitoring that President Singh just mentioned. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Anyone else have comments? All right, at this time, I would like to offer a point of privilege for our colleague, Vice President Foster. Trustee Foster.
Thanks. Just really quickly, I almost wanted to withdraw but I just wanted, as we, to recognize that we're going into finally the end of this academic year. We're about to approve a budget. We've made tremendous progress. We're not where we want to be on student achievement, but the conditions for success we've been setting all year long, and I think we've been working very hard. And over the last 2 years that I've been here, well, in this particular role, there's new learnings every day, but the newest learning that I've been taking on is just how hard, in addition to the teachers working hard, in addition to all the different folks working hard, the people in this building work tremendously hard. In the back there, and I don't know if this is going to get me into trouble to say this, but there's this old little chair that appeared one day because people know that some days when I'm here, like 10 hours, I take naps. And one day they said they put a little chair in the ante room, and it's not new, but it's so comfortable. And the care that people extend to us as trustees is beyond measure, and it makes this possible because it's really hard. But however hard it is for us, I realize that when we ask questions and when we are digging into data and when we have this set up, we put a lot on the staff. And you all are so tremendously gracious time and again. I know that Jacob sometimes sends me things 3 different times. Laura sends me things 3 times. Are you going to fill out this form? Are you going to do this thing? And when I'm at my most reflective moment, I say, if I were held to account the way we held others to account, what would it really look like? And I realize that I, as a trustee, I'm not as good as I want to be. And I think as hard as everybody works, we can always be better, and we're committed to being better. But part of the conditions for that success is the grace that you all have extended to us. So I just really, from the bottom of my heart, wanted to thank you for the way you take care of us. Thank you for the way you love on us. Thank you for the way you continue to be there for us and sometimes when we're really pushing and really asking hard questions. So I just asked our president if I could have a point of privilege, just as we end the school year, to say thank you to all the leadership in this building.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Foster. And I'll just add that that chair was supposed to be for all of us. Yeah. But every time I go back there, you're on it.
It was supposed to be for all of us. They say, that's Kevin's chair, that's Kevin's chair. I say, no, it's not. So, yes, it's everyone's chair.
All right, well, thank you. So at this time, I would like to invite trustees to provide committee reports. So Vice President Foster, can you share the report for the Board Policy Committee?
Nothing new to report tonight.
Okay. Thank you. And Trustee Whitley-Chu, can you share the report for the Austin Education Fund, please?
Yes. On May 23rd, Superintendent Segura, Trustee Hunter, Trustee Boswell, and I had the pleasure of honoring the recipients the Austin Ed Fund. We got to, sorry, we, as part of the Austin Ed Fund, honored the recipients of the 2022-2023 Inspire the Future grants. And it was an amazing evening with amazing staff who really deserved to be celebrated that night. And that brings us to a really important point that the deadline for this year's grant is tomorrow, June 23rd. So it is not too late to get your grant application in. Visit the austinedfund.org and click on for educators to learn more and apply for money to support your school. So support from this program comes from our amazing community. And the Ed Fund's biggest fundraiser is the Inspire the Future Luncheon. So we hope you'll mark your calendars to join us on Monday, October 30th. And the Austin Ed Fund Board will meet again in August.
Thank you, Trustee Whitley Chu. All right, the District School Safety and Security Committee also held an official meeting on Tuesday and a special meeting last week jointly with the Student Health Advisory Committee. And the special meeting last week was allowed an opportunity for school safety and the Student Health Committee to discuss the district's current work on fentanyl awareness and provide additional collaboration between the committees to address other areas of focus and support around fentanyl awareness and drug use and really the response on our campuses. And I was fortunate to be part of that special Zoom session, and one of the key takeaways was really defining what the problem is in our schools with regards to drug use and drug abuse, and really, hearing what the district is going to do to help address that. And there were a lot of great ideas around, developing curriculum or awareness campaigns, engaging families and things like that. And I know that there is already a lot of that work happening at our schools and with our many partnerships. And I look forward to just, helping support the district as it continues with that work. Especially if you think about our commitment to reducing the school-to-prison pipeline, because I think I do recall that one of the main reasons that we have students, for example, in our ALC is because of drug use, and we want to really make sure that we are supporting our students, and that's why it was important to bring in the SHAC so that we are continuing to think about drug use as, not necessarily in a punitive way, but really as like a health and wellness lens. So I was really excited about the possibilities as we continue that work. The regular meeting of the School Safety and Security Committee held 2 items, which included a review of legislative changes to school safety during the recent completed regular legislative session, and an update on school audits. And these are the school safety audits. The administration will also provide an update on school safety audits tonight, and the board will schedule a time for the full board to receive a legislative update in the early fall. So trustees, are there any other committee or training reports to share tonight? Yep. Okay. So the next item is the superintendent's report. So Mr. Segura.
All right. Well, trustees, this is my final report of the school year. What a semester it's been. It's been a privilege to be in this role supporting our community. Went by fast. We did a lot of stuff, and I feel really good about the direction we're heading. So just wanted to kind of express my appreciation for the opportunity to support our community. So wanted to start off with a big congratulations, class of 2023. Between May 25th and June 2nd, Austin ISD hosted 15 graduation ceremonies all across the city. We are so proud of the nearly 4,600 graduates. The class of 2023 earned 110 associate's degrees through our early college high school program in partnership with ACC. We increased the number of career certificates earned by students enrolled at ACC from 52 in the class of 2022 to 78 for the class of 2023. 40 members of the class of 2023 earned their dual language seal of biliteracy, representing all 4 dual language high schools: Aikens, Crockett, Travis, and Navarro. Next year, LBJ will become our 5th dual language high school. And a big round of thanks to our Austin ISD staff. All the blue shirts, you know who you are. Thank you so much. They were everywhere during the graduation. One of the things that I think is often missed is that this is a true opportunity to build community within Austin ISD staff. We have the finance department, the operations department, the school leadership department. We have everybody in the organization supporting our students and making sure that everybody's everybody's safe. And certainly want to shout out to our police department. The work that they did, making sure that our students were safe, was incredible. So just a lot of folks doing a lot of great things to support our students. We had back flips, we had front flips, we had a lot of posing going on, but it was fantastic. So
just the trustees.
That was just and also want to acknowledge that our trustees, they were there, they were present, they were engaged. Certainly want to highlight Trustee Hunter, who made it to all 15 graduations. So just an incredible moment. And again, congratulations, class of 2023. We're so proud of what you've accomplished and can't wait to see what you do next. So again, one more round of applause. I mean, come on, that was awesome. So moving on, congratulations to LASA class of 2023 graduate Yadira Manujando, who earned a $5,000 scholarship from the Mexican American School Board Association, or MASBA. MASBA is a voluntary, nonprofit statewide education association that has served local Texas school boards since 1970. MASBA is focused on closing achievement gaps in our Texas public schools, especially for English language learners. Yadira was one of only 5 MASBA school scholars chosen statewide. Yadira and the other 2023 MASBA scholars were selected for their outstanding academic achievement, strong leadership qualities, and commitment to further their education. Yadira will be attending Texas State University in the fall, so congratulations, just an incredible achievement. Austin ISD understands the importance of home ownership for our employees. On June 2nd, Austin ISD hosted its first ever home buyer education event for employees. We know how hard it is to own here in Austin, and as an organization, we're doing everything we can to support our staff. And this event focused on what it takes to be financially ready to own a home, the responsibilities of being a homeowner, and how to apply and qualify for a mortgage loan, and more. Thanks to our partners, organizations, Amplify Credit Union, ATX, Benjamin Realty Group, BCL of Texas, City of Austin Housing and Planning, Colonial Mortgage, Mueller Foundation, and Habitat for Humanity. Again, just an incredible event, and we'll continue to have more of those as we develop the overall program. So moving on, wanted to certainly acknowledge Austin ISD hosted its Social Emotional Learning and Cultural Proficiency and Inclusiveness Symposium on June 15th at Doss Elementary School. This year's event, titled Connected on Purpose, brought together educators, community leaders, and families for a collective learning experience. The event featured keynote speaker Tamisha Williams, a dynamic facilitator, transformational coach, and equity practitioner with over 10 years of experience in the field of education, as well as interactive sessions hosted by district's teachers and staff, community partners, and equity leaders. This June, Austin ISD celebrates Pride Month. Pride Month is an annual global commemoration and celebration of the LGBTQIA community, their history, and their ongoing struggle for equal rights and acceptance. Austin ISD is celebrating Pride all month long, hosting a range of events, including our Pride flag raising ceremony at Central Office. We had several trustees there. Thank you for the support. What an incredible event. Food Truck Thursdays featuring LGBTQIA women and minority-owned businesses, and a cross-industry queer leadership panel discussion, which took place right here at Central Office, and it was an incredible event. Austin ISD celebrates Pride Month as a powerful opportunity to stand in solidarity with the LGBTQIA plus community to embrace diversity and to create a more inclusive and accepting society. These conversations and events are not limited to 1 month. Austin ISD is committed to embracing diversity, advocating for our marginalized staff and students, and building community all year long. On Saturday, June 17th, Austin ISD marched in the annual Central Texas Historical Juneteenth Parade. Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day or Emancipation Day, commemorates the announcement of the abolition of slavery in Texas. Even though the Emancipation Proclamation took effect on January 1st, 1863, it could not be implemented in places still under Confederate control, which included Texas. 2.5 years later, on June 19, 1865, Union troops arrived by ship in Galveston and announced that the more than 250,000 enslaved black people in Texas were free. This day came to be known as Juneteenth by the newly freed people of Texas. In this year's Juneteenth parade, students, staff, and community marched behind the Austin ISD Juneteenth banner, along with the All-Star Band under the direction of Northeast Early College High School band director Roy Geis. And so just an incredible event. You can see the community just very, very proud of all of our support, and just being able to contribute and participate in those types of events is important. So we also want to continue on and commemorate the Eid al-Adha, June 28th and 29th. It's the Feast of Sacrifice, honoring the Prophet Abraham's willingness to sacrifice his son Ishmael. This holiday is observed by the Muslim community through a day of prayers and social gatherings, and certainly wanted to acknowledge that important date. Moving on, wanted to talk about the launch of our new ERP system. You've heard us talk about it before. We've had a couple updates along the way. The system is effective. It goes live July 1st. Our team has been working very, very hard for a very long time on this huge initiative. I'd like to invite Oscar Rodriguez, our Chief Technology Officer, to provide an update on the ERP. And just before we get started, I want to acknowledge it is a joint effort between human capital, finance, and technology, but all of us are supporting it. It has significant impacts in the system and will help us become much more efficient and really understand where those opportunities are as we look at costing opportunities moving forward.
Thank you, Superintendent Seguda, President Singh, Board of Trustees. Going to recap tonight quickly what the ERP will provide us. We go live July 1st, fiscal year closeout, so that's where the transition takes place. It's a big milestone for us as a district for various reasons. You've heard all of the system opportunities, security, data, all of those things that it takes to provide quality education to our students. This is one of those foundational systems. So we will be launching July 1st. So what is this? What will this impact? This will impact payroll. So we've been communicating about the semi-monthly payroll changes and hosting information sessions for staff. This will mean we'll have new time clocks, and so we're sending information, creating training for staff to make sure they know how to clock in, and setting up clocks across the district. And then lastly, a new system will allow us staff to request time off, access pay stubs, all of those things that are part of these kinds of systems. Simple, standard, secure. So that's our philosophy, that's our strategy. Keep things simple. You see before you sort of what the system really entails, and where all of these systems will begin to talk to each other, streamline processes, and make the work of supporting education a little easier for our staff. Lastly, this is a 2-year project in the making. 2 years of work with thinking about how we operate, the future state, changes in business processes, all of the information, how it's going to flow, what does it mean for our staff. And so, yes, it represents 3 divisions. I think we've had on this project 3 superintendents, 2 CFOs, 2 chiefs of human capital. So this is an endeavor, but we're bringing it to fruition. And then lastly, yes, thanking all of the staff and their countless hours, nights, weekends, and dedicating their work to make sure that the system goes live, it does what it's supposed to, and we can continue on with the bigger pieces of focusing on our student outcomes.
Thank you, Oscar. So as we end this school year with our last Board of Trustees meeting, I wanted to encourage everyone to have fun, have a restful summer, be safe. Please remember that summer is an opportunity to continue to learn in all of your endeavors. August 14th is right around the corner, believe it or not, and we are excited to welcome back our families and our students on the first day of school. The work will not stop at central office. We will spend a lot of time planning, preparing, and making sure that we continue to align our practices with the values of our community and with the work of the board. So we're certainly excited to do that. And so thank you, trustees. That concludes my report this evening, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Segura. Trustees, are there any questions? Trustee Zapata?
I don't have any questions, but I just want to also thank you, Superintendent Segura, for your leadership. And I've learned a lot from you and with you, and I hope you rest as well. And just anybody know, he just had a birthday. He's just turned 25. So just wishing you a very happy and safe time off. Hopefully you will take it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata. Anyone else? All right. Thank you.
I'd like to say something.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Trustee Lugo.
It's like the voice in the sky.
Oh, we see
Sorry.
you now.
I just wanted to, I don't know how many folks are kind of tuned into the whole enterprise resource planning tool, but it doesn't sound exciting probably for folks who don't work with those types of tools. But I mean, this is not just a big endeavor in terms of the effort that has gone behind bringing it to fruition, but the increased effectiveness. And again, I know all of these words are really, they're probably not as exciting as what people want to talk about, but the ERP is incredibly important for organizations, especially for organizations the size of AISD. It helps our organization run more smoothly. It helps us understand, and please, Superintendent Segura or others from the administration, please chime in if I forget something or if I'm mischaracterizing unintentionally. But an ERP system really helps organizations manage not just the way that people are kind of sent out and kind of paired up with where they need to be in terms of campuses or the work that needs to get done. But again, it really just helps the administration work more smoothly, more effectively. And so I'm really excited about seeing the ERP go live. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who's made that possible.
Thank you, Trustee Lugo. Appreciate that comment. And we really appreciate the ERP for sure. So thank you. Okay, so next, so I've had a request. I've had a request to do public comment next, because I do know we have a lot of people here, but I wanted to ask our board counsel if we wanted to do that. Is that okay? And
Yes, that's
are you
okay.
okay with that?
Sure.
Okay. Appreciate that. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so sorry for the switcheroo there, but let me get to that part in the agenda. Let's see. Oh, okay. So we are going to skip over the intruder detection audit and move that to after public comment, and then Mendez as well. So apologies for those presenters. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
You can, okay. So we'll now move to public testimony for items on the consent agenda. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public testimony portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. Tonight we have 9 who signed up to speak in person, and we have 29 who left a recorded message. So we will now move to the in-person testimony. In order to provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period at this meeting, each speaker will be allotted 1 minute. No substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. Callers who signed up to speak in person are welcome to come to the microphone when their name is called. As you come to the microphone, there is a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time, and when the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in one sentence. Again, we ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference a staff member by position or by abbreviated last name. We ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others at all times. The Office of Translation and Interpretation provides a Spanish language translator for audience members who need assistance when who need assistance understanding comments made to trustees during public testimony. And if translation is required, the speaker will be given twice the allotted time. So if you need this service during other portions of the meeting, please speak with our interpreter, Mr. Aurelio. Where's Mr. Aurelio? Oh, there you are. Thank you. And Mr. Aurelio will repeat portions of this message in Spanish. So our in-person speakers for tonight are...
Repeat what you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please do.
Thank you. Con el fin de ofrecer el mayor número posible de oportunidades para realizar aportaciones dentro de un tiempo limitado en esta junta, cada participante dispondrá de 1 minuto. No se permiten sustituciones ni cesión de tiempo a otros. Los participantes que se hayan inscrito para hablar en persona pueden acercarse al micrófono cuando se mencione su nombre. Cuando se acerque al micrófono, habrá un dispositivo que se encenderá durante su minuto de tiempo asignado. Cuando suene el timbre, le pedimos que hagan una reflexión final en una sola frase. Una vez más, les pedimos que, tanto si se trata de una queja como si de un elogio, se refieran al funcionario por su cargo o por su apellido abreviado. Pedimos a todos los miembros del público, hablen o no, que muestren respeto por los demás en todo momento. La Oficina de Traducción e Interpretación proporciona un intérprete de español para los miembros del público que necesitan ayuda para dirigirse a los miembros de la Junta Directiva o que necesiten ayuda para entender los comentarios hechos a los miembros de la Junta Directiva durante el testimonio público. Si no se requiere interpretación, el participante dispondrá del doble de tiempo asignado. Si necesita este servicio durante otras partes de la Junta, por favor, hable con el intérprete Aurelio Espada. Gracias. Thanks.
Gracias. So our first 2 in-person speakers for tonight are Myra Rank, and then we have Chris Dougherty. After that, just so that you're ready to spring into action, Virginia Badillo, and then Jose Carrasco, and then I'll let you all know who else is next. Thank you. So Myra Rank, you may come up to the podium. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mayra Ren. I'm a blog leader and promotora for Austin Voices Family Resource Center. Austin Voices provides food distribution, adult education, and more. When Austin Voices Family Resource Center helps a family that are struggling with rent, food, utility service, we need to notice that we are not only helping a father, a mother, we are helping also the child who does not do their best in class because he or she are seeing their parents are stressed, worried by not knowing what tomorrow holds for them. The funds that Austin ISD provides to the Austin Voices Family Resource Center brings relief, hope, balance to so many families, ASD families that are suffering in one way or another. Thanks to your financial support, it has been possible to help so many ASD families. So, thank you, ASD.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Dougherty.
Yes, I'm Chris Dougherty, and I'm chair of the board of the Austin Voices for Education and Youth, and I'm going to second all of the positive comments that all the parents and family community volunteers are going to give you, which are going to be a lot of them, because Austin Voices has operated family resource centers for 16 years, continually receiving national recognition for our work, including a recent visit by the U.S. Secretary of Education. You can also see from our impact report, which you got in the last meeting, that Austin Voices has been a rainmaker of outside funding for the family resource centers. The bulk of the money to operate these centers has been raised by Austin Voices independently of the district, including money from the city and county as well as from other public and private sources. Major changes in the operation of the family resource centers would need to be cleared with the city and county and likely with other funders as well. I think the entire process requires a reset. We propose that you extend our contract for 6 months while you bring everyone together to restore the level of communication and collaboration we've had in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Y ahora Virginia Badillo.
Buenas noches, gracias por su tiempo.
Good night. Thanks for your time.
Es rápido lo que vamos a comentar sobre el Centro de Recursos Familiares. Es muy importante para todas nuestras familias tener estos recursos disponibles.
It's just gonna be fast. What I'm gonna say is very important for us to have the resources for the Austin Center Family Resource Center. It's important for our families to have these funds.
Creo que es un link entre la comunidad, la escuela y las familias.
I think it's a good link between the families, the school, and the kids.
En lo personal, me ha ayudado mucho a obtener información por mi familia. Yo he participado en clínicas como promotora de salud, como líder de bloque dentro de esta comunidad fantástica de Centro de Recursos Familiares.
I think I've had a lot of help through this agency. I've been using my help as a promoter of health in the community through the links that I have with this association.
Y yo creo que es importantísimo para toda nuestra comunidad, miembros del distrito escolar, padres, hijos, sea parte esta comunidad de transformar el Centro de Recursos Familiares en algo más poderoso, porque ha traído cambios al norte de Austin.
And I think it's very important for the community and the Austin Independent School District to keep funding for this association because it has brought a lot of changes for all the families and the communities in the north of Austin.
Por ejemplo, hoy, este tiempo estamos trabajando para llevar a las familias el seguro médico de MAP, una importante información donde aplicamos y ayudamos a esta comunidad a ser parte de una comunidad saludable.
For instance, we're having the opportunity to take MAP, the medical insurance, to the families, and I think it's a very good opportunity. All the families in the community has good health insurance and good health opportunities.
Durante la pandemia en el COVID tuvimos una gran participación invitando a la comunidad a vacunarse y tuvimos una gran respuesta por parte de nuestra comunidad y gracias al soporte que nos dio y al entrenamiento que nos dio esta organización. Gracias.
During the COVID pandemic, do you have time to? During the COVID pandemic, we have a lot of chances to give all the information to the community and have access to the vaccines, and it was a very good way to help the community through this pandemic. Thanks.
Muchas gracias. Next we have Jose Carrasco, and after that will be Luis Malfaro and then Gabriel Estrada.
Hello, my name is Jose Carrasco. I am the National Community School Coordinator of the Year, thanks to the Institute of Educational Leadership. I'm also here to talk about 11.4, which is the splitting of the FRC contract. I just want to note that in Phase 1, which is Attachment 3, Phase 1, we were up 4 points. I'm not too sure why there was a Phase B. We've never had a Phase B, but there was. And 3 key people were not included in Phase B, which was the high school principal, middle school principal, and that LMHP. In Phase B, our numbers are drastically low. For questions like a yes or no question, which is question 3, of if we understand the 30-day process of how to bill for the last 15 years. Yes, we do, and that was the answer. Not too sure why we got a 4 and somebody else got a 5 on that question. The question of historically knowing what the FRCs are, not too sure why we got so low of a score. And literally, Phase B should just be thrown out at this point. I don't understand it. Somebody should talk about it. But the scoring of that 2.8 is not nationally known community schools. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Luis Malfaro.
Good evening, trustees. Louis Malfaro. I'm the Associate Executive Director at Austin Voices. Austin Voices developed the Family Resource Centers before there was any public funding. We eventually brought the school district, the city, and the county together as funding partners. It's always been a collaboration. The FRCs were developed to meet a need that was not being met. Wraparound family services. Now, we've worked for years with CIS. They do a great job mentoring and counseling kids. We do a great job doing wraparound services for families and leading schools through the community schools process. If your goal is to get us to work better together, this proposal tonight should be voted down because it does exactly the opposite. It pits us against each other. We're asking the board tonight to go back to the administration and rerun the FRP. Get the city and county who kick in half the public money at the table and bring CIS and Austin Voices to the table. We want to work together. We want to see FRCs expanded. And what the administration has set up here, as you heard from Jose, is an exceedingly flawed process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Gabriel Estrada, followed by Ken Serafis, then Janet Iturbe, and then John David Saucedo.
All right. Good evening. My name is Gabriel Estrada. I'm a proud alumni of AISD schools as a student, a teacher, a parent, and community supporter. I'd like to clarify the background information surrounding the development of family resource centers. In 2007, the community of St. John and members of Austin Voices worked to develop the first Family Resource Center, FRC, at Webb Middle School as one of the community-driven solutions to turn Webb into a thriving and high-functioning middle school. Because of the success of the FRC at Webb in 2007 at stabilizing families and paving the way for students to focus on their academic success, Austin Voices worked with AISD, Travis County, and the City of Austin to develop the FRC model at 5 other schools in 2009. The Family Resource Centers in Austin are a national best practices model, and Austin Voices looks forward to working with partners, including the City, County, and AISD, to support FRCs across all Title I campuses in Austin. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Ken Serafis.
Good evening, Board Superintendent, Interim Superintendent. My name's Ken Zarefis. I'm President of Education Austin, a former teacher, and my most important role is a parent. And I'm here to speak on 2 organizations that I have incredible respect for, CIS and Austin Voices. They've impacted me as a teacher, as a parent, and as a union leader. And I have a lot of admiration for both. What I'm concerned with is a process that was led by the district that I think in 3 different areas was problematic. One was the process or the purpose. Why or what is the change? What's the goal? That I think is a little bit vague. Process, how are we processing to find out who the best partner is? And I think that you probably had a lot of calls lately and comments tonight that will indicate flaws in the process itself that bring question to it. And lastly is how do we post this and communicate it to our community? And I think these things have left some questions. And I would strongly encourage the district to take a pause, to take time, go through this process again, and so that we can meet the needs of our students, our families, and our communities and the schools they serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Janet Iturbe. Gracias.
Buenas tardes. Antes que nada, buenas tardes y muchas gracias por escucharnos.
Before anything, good afternoon, and thanks for listening to us.
Mi nombre es Janet Iturbe
My name is Janet Iturbe,
y estamos aquí para abogar por el Centro de Recursos Familiares Austin Voices,
and we're here to advocate for the Family Resource Center, Austin Voices,
para que sigan brindando los fondos necesarios para que siga existiendo este recurso que brinda soporte a la comunidad.
so we can still have funding for these organizations, so we can keep giving help to the community,
Que están asistiendo a las familias que están asistiendo a las escuelas del ISD y a la comunidad en general, a los más necesitados.
so they actually assist to the families. They attend the ASD schools and all the community members that are more needed,
Y más en estos tiempos que hay más necesidad.
and especially in these times that we have more difficulties. There's more need.
Participo en el Centro de Recursos Familiares desde hace 3 años
I participate in the Center of Family Resources since 3 years ago
como líder de bloque y promotora de salud.
as a block leader and a health promoter.
Hemos trabajado muy duro siendo el puente de información directo en la comunidad.
We've been working very hard as the link of information in the community,
Desde tocando puertas en los departamentos, etcétera, para hacerles saber los recursos que existen y que están brindando.
We are literally knocking on the apartments to let them know all the resources they have and all the things that they're giving them.
Al alcance de todos, como bancos de comida,
So the resources are reachable for all of them, like the food bank,
asistencia de renta, de luz,
rent assistance, electricity assistance,
clases de inglés, de computación,
English classes and computer
clínicas
classes,
del condado como las de vacunación, como los nombraron,
county clinics like the vaccination that you mentioned before.
Y bueno, para cerrar con broche de oro, agradecemos y ustedes cuando decidieron dar este recurso y apoyar a esta organización, están teniendo un buen éxito. Los números están, no nada más son números, se está beneficiando toda la comunidad. Gracias.
Well, just to finish, when you agreed to give us the funds for this organization, we're actually having very good numbers with this organization too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thanks.
The last one is John David Saucedo.
Good evening. A family resource center is not just a building. It is not simply a facility. And Austin Voices for Education and Youth Family Resource Center is a lifeline for a family in crisis. It is a beacon of hope for a struggling family. I've had the opportunity and the privilege to work with the Dobie Family Resource Center. They have helped our Walnut Creek families through food distributions, access to vaccines, rent assistance, utility assistance, job training, access to adult learning, and they even provided bikes for our kids. During Winter Storm Uri in February 2021, I personally witnessed the Dobie Family Resource Center help obtain hospice care for a young dying woman, a mother of one of our students from Walnut Creek. They also facilitated grief counseling for the 2 children. An AV Family Resource Center will not and cannot solve every societal ill and problem. However, they do provide help and hope for a better life and a better tomorrow for many Austin ISD families. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we will now play the recorded messages for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
I'm Susan Moffitt, former AISD parent and community member, asking you to postpone your vote on item 11.4. The attached contract would give all family resource centers to communities and schools. CIS is a wonderful group and does great work, but they have never run a family resource center. Austin Voices, which has done outstanding work with the district's family resource centers for years and is a nationally recognized model, was inexplicably scored a half point lower than CIS, an organization that has never done this work before. As far as I can tell, the city and county, which together put in over $200,000 to support this work, don't know anything about the proposed change, not to mention the over 100 community partners Austin Voices brings to the table. Austin Voices has an excellent record going back years with AISD's family resource centers. There seems to be a lot of confusion and perhaps some irregularities in this process. For these reasons, I'm asking you to please postpone your vote and extend the Austin Voices contract temporarily until these concerns can be addressed. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Linda Battles, Austin Voices board member. I urge you to postpone consideration of agenda item 11.4 relating to the service agreement for the family resource centers. At the board's June 8th information session, it was stated that at the June 22nd board meeting, you would be voting on an RFP for the FRCs. It was reported that there were a total of 3 proposals, with 2 very strong proposals from Austin Voices and Communities and Schools. After going through the procurement and evaluation process, it was stated that the difference in the point system between the 2 proposals was less than half a point. Therefore, the recommendation was to begin contract negotiations with both vendors. However, today's agenda item 11.4 is approval of only one vendor for the service agreement, Communities and Schools. There appears to be no public record of how the recommendation changed from contract negotiation with both vendors to only one vendor. Again, I urge you to postpone this decision and determine if a new procurement process needs to be initiated to ensure transparency and fairness to all interested vendors. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Hello, my name is Leonor Vargas. I am a former AISD employee and a community stakeholder. I'm calling you to urge that you approve the expansion of Literacy First Early Reading Intervention Program under item 16.1. I had the privilege to work with Literacy First when I was an AISD employee. When students struggle with learning to read, early intervention is the most effective way to help them quickly reach grade level expectations. We all know since the pandemic, the number of students requiring support in reading is overwhelming classrooms and special education teachers in our district. Literacy First is a proven solution to this dire problem. I strongly urge you to vote for this proven science, research-based, reading-based solution to one of our district's most pressing problems. A generation of young leaders needs your support now and for the years to come. Expanding the Literacy First program means that more young leaders and teachers will be supported by well-trained professional staff beginning next year. Again, I urge you to expand this program. Gracias.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Rina Mejía. Soy promotora de salud comunitaria y a la vez una líder del bloque comunitaria para los centros de recursos familiares y pues para toda la comunidad, ¿verdad? Estoy llamando porque, pues, mi opinión, los centros de recursos ayudan a miles de familias de Austin ISD que necesitan ayuda con vivienda, alimentación, salud médica, empleo, y también ayudan a nuestros hijos a que ellos aprendan más como estudiantes para saberse desempeñar más en el estudio. Como centros de recursos comunitarios nos ayudan mucho. Necesitamos apoyar los centros de recursos familiares no quitándoles los fondos que ellos tienen porque son muy indispensables para los centros de recursos. Y ellos son de mucha ayuda para miles de estudiantes de las escuelas de Austin ISD. También hay muchas madres que apoyan a sus hijos y ellos ayudan a esas madres para que tengan unos hijos excelentes.
This is an English interpretation of Rina Mejia's message. Hello, good morning. My name is Rina Mejia. I am a community health promoter and at the same time, a community block leader for the Family Resource Centers and for the whole community. I am calling because, in my opinion, the resource centers help thousands of families in Austin ISD who need help with housing, food, medical care, employment, and also help our children to learn more as students to know how to perform better in their studies. The community resource centers help us a lot. We need to support the family resource centers by not taking away the funds that they have because they are very important for the resource centers and they are very helpful for thousands of students from Austin ISD schools. There are also many mothers who support their children and they help those mothers so they can have excellent children.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Norma Hernández. Estoy llamando para apoyar y abogar por Austin Voices. Soy un líder de bloque comunitario y nosotros hemos trabajado con la comunidad, sabemos las necesidades que tenemos y no hay otra organización como Austin Voices donde nos sientamos apoyados y sientamos que tenemos la ayuda que necesitamos, que bien sea de la comida, bien sea de ropa, que ellos saben a dónde dirigirnos en cada necesidad que nosotros tenemos. Sería muy triste para nosotros que nos quiten o nos recorten la ayuda que tenemos con Austin Voices. Me gustaría que trabajaran más de cerca con nosotros, con los papás de los estudiantes de Austin ISD, para que se den cuenta las necesidades que nosotros tenemos y que la única organización que ahorita nos ha estado ayudando y apoyando durante este tiempo muy difícil de COVID fue Austin Voices. Entonces estoy llamando para decirles que no nos quiten fondos.
This is an interpretation into English of Norma Hernandez's message. Good morning. My name is Norma Hernandez. I am calling to support and advocate for Austin Voices. I am a community block leader, and we have worked with the community. We know the needs we have, and that there is no other organization like Austin Voices, where we feel supported and we feel that we have the help we need, whether it is with food, whether it is with clothes. They know where to direct us for each need we have. It would be very sad for us if the help we have from Austin Voices is taken away or reduced. I would like for you to work more closely with us, with the parents of the students of Austin ISD, so that you will be aware of the needs we have, and that the only organization that has been helping and supporting us right now during the very difficult times of COVID was Austin Voices. So I am calling to tell you not to take away their.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Sandra Zamora. Soy mamá de un niño de la Escuela Navarro y también soy líder de bloque. Y quiero decirles que Austin Voices ha sido una bendición para mí a partir de que empezó la pandemia. Para mí fue una bendición encontrar gente maravillosa que me ayudó desinteresadamente y hasta el día de hoy sigue siendo mi bendición y considero injusto que quieran quitarnos esa ayuda porque en realidad fue lo que me sostuvo todo este tiempo y hasta el día, ustedes pueden ver incluso mi récord es el más grueso, lo que es donde guardan ustedes toda la información. Ustedes pueden verlo, toda la ayuda que yo he recibido. Estoy muy agradecida, me he sentido muy bendecida y también soy parte de Austin Voices. Ayudar a las personas a conseguir ayuda es lo más hermoso y no entiendo por qué la decisión de quitarlo. Espero que consideren y piensen en las personas que hemos sido bendecidas a partir de ese programa, porque hasta el día de hoy, como se lo repito, ha sido una bendición el poder.
This is an English interpretation of Sandra Zamora's message. Hello, good morning. My name is Sandra Zamora. I am a parent of a child who goes to Navarro, and I am also a block leader. I want to tell you that Austin Voices has been a blessing for me since the pandemic began. For me, it was a blessing to find wonderful people who helped me unselfishly, and to this day, it continues to be my blessing, and I consider it unfair that they want to take this help away from us, because in reality, it was the one that supported me all this time. You can even see my record. It is the thickest one where you keep all the information. You can see all the help I have received. I am very grateful. I have felt very blessed. I am also part of Austin Voices. Helping people get help is the most beautiful thing, and I don't understand why the decision to do away with it. But I hope you will consider and think about the people that have been blessed from that program, because to this day, as I keep telling you, it has been a blessing.
This is Kathy Doggett, AISD parent and early childhood community leader. I'm calling to urge you to approve the expansion of Literacy First Early Reading Intervention Program under item 16.1. When students struggle with learning to read, early intervention is the most effective way to help them reach grade level expectations. The number of students requiring support in reading is overwhelming our AISD, classroom, and special education teachers. Literacy First is a proven solution to this dire problem. Expanding the program means that more young readers and teachers will be well supported this coming school year. I've observed the powerful interventions Literacy First provides firsthand. It works to help all children reach grade level reading. I strongly urge you to vote for this proven science of reading-based solution to one of our district's most pressing problems.
Buenos días, soy Guillermo Ramírez, soy un padre de familia. Estoy enterado de que está planeado retirar los recursos económicos del Centro de Recursos Familiares, FRC. Me gustaría ser reconsiderada, ya que ellos me han apoyado a mí personalmente y han apoyado a miles de familias, tanto con alimentos, calzado, servicios médicos y otro tipo de apoyos como psicológicos. Entonces me gustaría que todo esto fuera reconsiderado, puesto que todos los recursos son aprovechados para no tanto solo para los niños, sino también para los alumnos, incluyendo maestros de los planteles. Entonces creo tienen que reconsiderar el hecho de regresar esos recursos al FRC. Gracias.
This is an English interpretation of Guillermo Ramirez's message. Good morning, I am Guillermo Ramirez. I am a parent. I am aware that it is planned to withdraw the economic resources of the SRC Family Resource Centers. I would like it to be reconsidered since they have supported me personally and have supported thousands of families with food, shoes, medical services, and other types of support, such as psychological. I would like all this to be reconsidered since all the resources are utilized, not only for the children, but also for the adults, including the teachers of the campuses. So I think they have to reconsider returning those resources to SRC. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Guadalupe Cardoso, soy promotora de salud. Me gustaría que no se le retiren los fondos a los centros de recursos familiares, ya que ellos apoyan con comida, vivienda, salud mental, no solo para los niños, sino también para las familias. Pido que no se le retire el presupuesto. Gracias.
This is an interpretation into English of Guadalupe Cardoso's message. Good morning. My name is Guadalupe Cardoso. I am a health advocate. I would like to ask not to take away the funds for the family resource centers, since they support with food, housing, mental health, not only for the children, but also for the families. I ask that you will not take their budget away. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Blanche. I'm a community advocate, a parent of 3 struggling readers in the district, and a Literacy First tutor. I'm calling to support the expansion of the Literacy First Early Reading Intervention Program under Agenda Item 16.1. When students struggle with learning to read, early intervention is the most effective way to help them quickly reach grade level expectations. The number of students requiring support in reading is overwhelming classrooms, resources, and teachers in our district. Expanding the Literacy First program means that more young readers and teachers will be supported in Title I schools by well-trained professionals beginning next year. This project draws upon communities' own resources to meet its literacy needs. I strongly urge you to vote for this proven science of reading-based solution. Let's help our emerging readers reach grade level success. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope you take this to heart. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Teresa Rivera, promotora de salud de Austin Voices. También soy un líder comunitario y también soy un padre de Austin ISD. El día de hoy les estoy llamando porque necesitamos apoyar el programa de Austin Voices de las escuelas comunitarias. Yo soy un líder comunitario. Austin Voices me ha ayudado a ser promotora de salud, de tener mi certificado del estado de Texas. Ahora yo estoy devolviéndole a mi comunidad lo que ellos me han enseñado. Yo ayudo con las aplicaciones de las familias, con las aplicaciones del MAP, del Medicaid. Seguimos ayudando a la comunidad, a los niños con alimentación, con recursos que ellos necesiten, con vivienda. Necesitamos el apoyo a Austin Voices y que no se le quiten los fondos para sus proyectos. Es como quitarle algo más a nuestra comunidad, como se pasó con los counselors, con servicios mentales y otras cosas más que pedimos.
My name is Teresa Rivera, Health Advocate for Austin Voices. I am also a community leader and an Austin ISD parent. I am calling you today because we need to support the Austin Voices Community Schools program. I am a community leader, and Austin Voices has helped me become a health advocate, to have my certificate from the state of Texas, and now I am giving back to the community what they have taught me. I help families with Medicaid and MAP applications, and we continue to help the community, the children, with food, with resources they need, with housing. We need to support Austin Voices and not take away their funding for their projects. It's like taking away something else from our community, like what happened with the counselors, with mental services, and other things we asked for.
Jamie Haynes, Agenda Item 11.4. Greetings, esteemed trustees and Superintendent Segura. My name is Jamie Haynes, former AISD teacher at Martin, where I had great experiences with both CIS and Austin Voices. However, I do not believe that the contract for FRC should be awarded to CIS. In addition to contradictions in the bidding process, CIS will not be as effective managing the FRCs because of their focus, emphasis on quantitative assessment, and the law of diminishing returns. First, CIS provides direct services to students and has no experience with providing wraparound services. Second, the numbers CIS provides are compelling, but a deeper look shows that case managers are expected to carry 75 students. One person I spoke to planned on resigning from their position with CIS because their work was, quote, all about the numbers and not about the quality of services. Finally, CIS's ability to provide current students services is already diminishing. Expanding their scope will serve to accelerate this process. Please consider awarding the contract fully to Austin Voices. Remember how CIS fared during the partnership with T-STEM at Mendez? Let's not make the same mistake twice.
Hi, I'm Kim Betty Ancilla, a speech therapist with AISD for 25 years. Thank you again, Board of Trustees, for listening to us all so you are informed when making the right decisions for the students we serve. AISD lost a dozen speech therapists this year and is at risk for losing more speech therapists if we do not at least get the 7% raise that we were told we would get last month. As it is, speech therapists are not getting the 20% raise that the LSSPs and educational diagnosticians are getting, which is because of the evaluation backlog and TEA conservatorship. Speech therapists have always kept AISD in compliance with TEA by meeting all evaluation timelines. We have never caused an evaluation backlog. Also, speech therapists bring in thousands of dollars to AISD annually through Medicaid reimbursement for speech therapy and speech evaluations. So please vote yes on a pay raise for speech therapists and show us that AISD values speech therapists. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent and Board of Trustees. My name is Roxanne Evans, and I'm speaking to Agenda Item 11.4. I'm a longtime community advocate and a former AISD employee. I mentioned my employment because I was with the district when Austin Voices began its groundbreaking work with the district. Austin Voices has been an outstanding partner and has provided valuable resources to students and families that will likely benefit for generations to come. Upon hearing that there may have been some irregularities in the screening process for this RFP, I think that the district and community would benefit from reopening the RFP process and doing a second review. Given that there are two stellar organizations as finalists, the best outcome for the community would be for Austin Voices to prevail as the contractor and communities and schools partner with them to enhance the service of the family resource centers. But a clear and clean redo of this process will determine that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth, and I'm an AISD community member. I'm calling to support the expansion of Literacy First Early Reading Intervention Program under Agenda Item 16.1. When students struggle with learning to read, early intervention is the most effective way to help them quickly reach grade level expectations. The number of students requiring support in reading is overwhelming classrooms, resources, and teachers in our district. Literacy First is a proven solution to this dire problem. Expanding the Literacy First program means that more young readers and teachers will be supported in Title I schools by well-trained professionals beginning next year. This project draws upon the community's own resources to meet its literacy needs. I strongly urge you to vote for this proven science of reading-based solution to one of our district's most pressing problems. Let's help our emerging readers reach grade level success. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melinda Diaz, and I am an Austin community member and a parent. I am calling to support the expansion of the Literacy First Early Reading Intervention Program under Agenda Item 16.1. When students struggle with learning to read, early intervention is the most effective way to help them quickly reach grade level expectations. The number of students requiring support in reading is overwhelming classrooms, resources, and teachers in our district. Literacy First is a proven solution to this dire problem. Expanding the Literacy First program means that more young readers and teachers will be supported in Title I schools by well-trained professionals beginning next year. This project draws upon the community's own resources to meet its literacy needs. I strongly urge you to vote for this proven science of reading-based solution to one of our district's most pressing problems. Let's help our emerging readers reach grade level success. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dox Gonzalez, and I'm a parent of a rising 8th grader and a rising 4th grader in AISD. I respectfully ask that the board approve the expansion of the Literacy First Early Reading Intervention Program as you consider the 2023-24 budget in item 16.1 of your agenda. Early intervention is the most effective way to help students struggling to read read reach grade level expectations. Literacy First is a research-based and effective solution to this dire problem and can help lessen the burden on classroom teachers. Expanding the Literacy First program will mean more well-trained professionals will be available for some of our neediest schools to help support young readers and teachers. This project draws upon the community's own resources to meet students' literacy needs, building the district's capacity to provide this effective tutoring on its own in the future. I strongly urge you to approve this proven science-based solution to one of our district's most pressing needs. Your support now can mean a world of difference to young readers for generations to come. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Jones. I am a speech language pathologist with AISD for about 17, 18 years now. I want to thank you again, the Board of Trustees, for always listening to all of us speech therapists. Well, I know we are a rather large group, but we are also a very good and efficient group. In the past years, we have lost a lot of great speech language therapists throughout the years, and we are at a risk for losing even more, and that is because we are not being compensated for the work that we are doing. It is not comparable to what we are seeing in neighboring school districts or nationwide. That's why I am calling to urge you to please vote yes on a pay raise for speech therapists. We always meet our evaluation timelines. We are very diligent about that. We have never caused any kind of backlog. We are also able to provide those speech services to students and then also bring in thousands of dollars to AISD through Medicaid reimbursement for those services. So please consider voting yes on a pay raise for speech therapists. Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon. I'm Libby Doggett. I am a grandparent of 3, or formerly 4, AISD students. I'm also a community member and an interested person who very much appreciates all the work you all do as board members to support AISD. I love our school district. I'm just calling today to urge you to approve the expansion of Literacy First Early Reading Intervention Program under item 16.1. I know firsthand that when students struggle and don't learn to read, it has repercussions throughout their lives. And I've seen the research on Literacy First and firmly believe it is one of many programs we need to have in place that will help our children learn to read. We need to put more programs that follow the science of reading in place. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Ochoa y estoy hablando a favor de Austin Voices for Education and Youth acerca de mi sentir, acerca del bono que están dando a los centros de recursos. Pienso que si no hay estos recursos a las familias, muchas familias vamos a salir de Austin y por ende van a tener menos alumnado en las escuelas. En lo personal, a mí me ofrecieron la oportunidad de ser voluntaria y después promotora. Ahora hago llamadas para exponer información de lo que ofrecen en los centros de recursos a las familias. Para las despensas de comida, los programas para los niños y padres, y ahora mismo estamos haciendo aplicaciones para el MAP, Medicaid. Entonces siento que es mucha ayuda en los centros de recursos para las familias y por favor les pido que no les quiten este bono porque realmente ayuda a todas las familias en diferentes áreas. Gracias, les agradezco y puedan tomar en cuenta mi opinión y la de muchas familias.
This is an interpretation into English of Maria Ochoa's message. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Ochoa, and I am calling on behalf of Austin Voices for Education and Youth about the money given to the resource centers. I think that if we don't have these resources for families, many families will leave Austin, and therefore we will have less students in schools. Personally, I was offered the opportunity to volunteer and then become an advocate. I now make calls to provide information about what is offered in the family resource centers, in food pantries, programs for children and parents, and right now we are doing applications for MAP and Medicaid. So I feel there is a lot of help in the family resource centers, and I ask you to please not take away that money because it really helps all the families in different areas. Thank you, and I will be very thankful if you can take my opinion and that of many families into consideration.
My name is Jace Klein, and I'm a teacher, tier director, and UIL academic coordinator at McCallum High School. I am urging the school board to consider increasing stipend pay for UIL academic positions at all high school campuses. Currently, only $400 is given per year to coach a UIL academic event. Unlike most sporting events which pay thousands of dollars a year for a short season, UIL Academics is a year-round commitment for our teachers who must prepare students for invitational, district, region, and state academic contests. Given this information, I suggest that we increase the base stipend for coaching an academic event and specifically give individual stipends for each event offered at the UIL Academic Meet. In promoting the mission of AISD, we should do better to fund academic growth in our students through UIL competition. Students are prepared for college coursework via the science, math, and literary criticism contest. Students are prepared for and introduced to careers via the accounting, computer applications, and computer science contests. Finally, students are prepared for life by competing in the spelling and vocabulary, current issues and events, social studies, and more. All events promote sportsmanship and teamwork, providing essential SEL foundations for our students. In addition to this, UIL offers TILF scholarships to students that qualify to the state level competition. Please feel free to reach out to Jace Klein at McCallum High School, and I will be happy to continue this conversation.
Hello, I am an employee of Austin ISD. I am an athletic trainer at a 6A high school. I have the privilege of being one of two at the 6A high school. This last spring, we were told that the 5As would be an additional athletic trainer because right now they only have one, leaving a lot of things uncovered, students not getting a quality care, and so forth. We had already proceeded to do interviews, and HR had posted the posting for 8 additional athletic trainers, and we were told today that we were no longer getting those. The quality of care and the standard of care that we're providing to these students in the communities of Austin ISD is going to fall. And it's very unfortunate that this is not a priority for our budget no longer. It's very sad that these athletes and these students at these high schools will be without an additional athletic trainer, leaving the quality care of not only the students, but also the athletic trainer who has to work at these schools by themselves. I hope you can push this further, or you are going to potentially see a loss in the quality of care that we are able to provide because of this. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, trustees. My name is Marisol Foster. I'm a proud AISD parent, the executive director of the Weber Family Foundation, and a strong supporter of Literacy First. Related, I'm calling to urge you to expand the Literacy First program under Agenda Item 16.1 today. Literacy First continues to be the only program of its kind in our region that provides data-driven intensive reading intervention led by rigorously trained tutors and paraprofessionals. As you know, following extended school closures, the number of students requiring significant support in reading is overwhelming our classrooms and our teachers. This work is now more important than ever. Because Literacy First has a long track record of positive student outcomes, it's no surprise that it has attracted support from diverse sources. However, philanthropy and private funds cannot fill the gap needed to serve the young learners of the largest school district in Central Texas. We need your partnership. I strongly urge you to vote to expand this program so that together we can better prepare our young readers for a life of success. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Kuo, and I am an athletic trainer with Austin ISD. I'm calling to comment about the additional athletic trainer FTE item on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2023 to 24. Austin ISD had previously committed to hiring 8 additional full-time athletic trainer positions for our district that desperately needs these positions. And now when the proposed budget is released, these positions have been removed for next year. It's unfair that you are willing to go another year to neglect the hiring of athletic trainer positions that are needed in our schools and communities, and it's unethical that you had posted them and even allowed the interviewing and recommendation of potential hires for these positions, only to later remove them. This is messing with the livelihood of people who are excited and looking forward to having these jobs. It's also highly disappointing for a whole community and section of your school district that's working for you and needs to feel supported by you. You've gone back on your word and broken trust with your community without giving any intentional communication beforehand. I and others require remediation for this during today's meeting by asking that you reinstall all 8 additional athletic trainer positions for fiscal year 2023 to 2024.
Hi, my name is Teresa Delgado Moya, the athletic trainer at Travis High School. I'm calling in regards to the removal of the 5A athletic trainers from the budget for the 2023-2024 school year. I am absolutely appalled and disgusted that the board and the school district would move to remove these positions. We had already gotten the approval to interview and hire for these positions, and now we are going to have to go back and tell people that, sorry, oops, we made a mistake, and you no longer have a job. That is a terrible look for the district. In addition, this is a safety and health issue for the district, for our student athletes, that directly affects every single high school campus. And what this decision is telling everyone is that safety and health of student athletes is no longer important. Also, the work environment for the current athletic trainers in the district is also no longer important. This needs to be rectified. This needs to be fixed immediately. It cannot continue this way, and the board cannot approve a budget without including these positions, and it needs to be fixed.
Hello there. My name is DeJuan Lewis. I'm an athletic trainer for Austin ISD. I'm calling to comment about the additional athletic trainers and the FTE items on the proposal budget for 2023-2024. The Austin ISD previously committed to hiring 8 additional full-time athletic trainer positions for our district that we desperately need for these positions. Now, when the proposal came out, the district released that they are no longer trying to hire athletic trainers for this upcoming year, which is probably one of the most disappointing news that we can hear as athletic trainers. We've been looking for help for years now. Not only disappointing to us, but this will be disappointing to the standard of care for all of our lower inner city students, especially for schools like Eastside, Northeast, LBJ, Navarro, Crockett, Travis, because they need this standard of care. They need someone to be there to take care of them, and with just one athletic trainer, we don't have the time and we don't have the support that we need to be able to do those things for them. So with this being said, I really,
My name is Sue Torres. I'm an athletic trainer at Lhasa High School. I was so disappointed that the additional training positions have been removed from the budget. So many practices and games had not had medical coverage due to inadequate staffing by AISD. When a medical emergency occurs and a bad outcome is the result, you will only have yourself to blame. AISD is so undermanned in athletic trainers. It is just a matter of time. Please reconsider this budget cut and take care of our student athletes properly. We thought we had this resolved. We've interviewed and we've made recommendations, only to find out that these positions were cut. That is so, so disappointing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ara Marjanian, and I'm with the Community Advancement Network Community Council, and I am providing testimony in favor of the budget item for Literacy First to provide tutoring in additional Title I schools. As you all know, our students are behind and have delayed learning from COVID, and the research has shown that without significant intervention, our students won't catch up. And as you know from your own local test scores and the recent NAEP report, this is a serious and ongoing challenge. Fortunately, in the Community Council's last year's and this year's report, we identified tutoring of the kind provided by Literacy First as a very effective evidence-based approach to helping kids deal with delayed learning. And as an added item, the research has also shown that tutoring is a very effective strategy for dealing with the achievement gap. So we encourage you to review the CAN Community Council report from last year and this year, and to please approve that budgeting item for Literacy First. It'll be a significant...
Hello, I am Brendan, a former bilingual tutor for Literacy First. I am calling to urge you to approve the expansion of the Literacy First Early Reading Intervention Program under item 16.1. Every child deserves the opportunity to learn to read. Some children need more support to do so. Literacy First provides these children the early interventions which are needed now more than ever. Providing one-to-one professional tutoring to struggling students changes lives for the better. I strongly urge you to vote for this proven, science of reading-based solution to one of the district's most pressing problems. A generation of young readers needs your support. Thank you.
I'm Susan Moffitt, former AISD parent and community.
All right. So that concludes the public testimony. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Okay. All right, so we will now, so just as a reminder, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. So we're now going to resume our regularly scheduled programming and go to item 5.2, which is the Notice of Intruder Detection Audit.
Dr. Reach, Chief of Governmental Relations and Board Services, will provide this update. Thank you, Dr. Reach.
Good evening, President Singh, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Segura. Thank you for allowing me to come to give our end of the year school safety door audit report. So as I've shared with you at previous meetings, this requirement started previously, or at the start of this school year, as a requirement to conduct checks and audits of all of our exterior doors. I'm not going to go through the whole spiel tonight because we have not had any new audits conducted since we last met, but we did want to briefly give you an end of the year report and share with you one next step in some of the work we do during the summer. So during this school year, we had 90 campuses audited, which works out to about 79% of all of our campuses in the school district who were checked. 38 campuses had no findings when they were visited, and 52 had one or more findings. For safety reasons, I won't get into what those schools were, but what I do want to assure the board and assure our community is that when we had a finding, one or more finding in any of our campuses, our first steps was, one, if it had to do with a door that was a malfunction or an issue that should be fixed, we prioritized that fix. Two, we would go out and meet with that campus where we would make sure that everyone was trained on the process for safe doors and locked doors and whatever else that audit may have indicated, make sure that we put an action plan in place. And then three, we would share that information out with our Safety and Security Committee. So as I mentioned, we are done for the year, but our next step is to submit our end of the year, I want to make sure I get the name of this right, School Safety and Security Audit, which is done every 3 years to the state of Texas. And so as is required by the Education Code and the Texas School Safety Center, we will provide the Board of Trustees with a copy of that report before we submit it. And I am using this time now to share that public notification that we are preparing to do that. And that overall audit not only includes all these door safety audits that we've discussed, but also the processes that each campus go through every year to ensure that they are scheduling all of their own assessments, that they are creating their own audit team, that they are scheduling their own on-site audits, and that they are going through the different parts of that on-site audit, which includes a campus emergency operation plan, a student handbook, campus disciplinary data, campus improvement plan, and that information is shared with that campus CAC. And then finally, that we have a written report that summarizes what we as a district have done for that 3-year period. So we'll be submitting that by the end of August. Hope to have it to the board sometime in July. But that will conclude our 2022-2023 door safety audit checks for the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reach. Trustees, are there any questions? All right. So our next item is an update on Mendez Middle School and Third Futures 1882. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, thank you. Tonight we'll have Mr. Zach Craddock, Mr. Jeremiah Willis, and Mr. Brandon Thurston here to present an update for the end of the year report for Mendez and Third Future. So welcome. Good evening. Good evening. We'll get y'all situated.
Good evening, President Singh, trustees, Superintendent Segura. Thanks for having us back. We appreciate it. So I believe this is our third meeting, and we're happy to finish our first year at Mendez. So take you through slide 2. Just has our mission statement, your mission statement, our mission statement. You see how they overlap. And it's been a privilege to serve the students of Mendez Middle School and work collaboratively with AISD this year. There we go. Apologize. There we go. Okay. So we're briefly going to go over some of our goals. I'll start us off with the finance goals, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Jeremiah Willis. I'm sorry, I didn't do introductions. Mr. Jeremiah Willis is the incoming principal. He's been assistant principal there this year, exceptional instructional leader. And Dr. Thurston's being promoted to director of instruction for Central and East Texas and our new school in Baton Rouge. So we're happy to see him in a new leadership role. So we'll be working with more kids, roughly 2,000 students now across 2 states and 3 cities. So, and in the back we have Ms. Jasmine Terrain, assistant principal. So she's here as well. All right, so we'll start off with some of our financial goals. You'll see that our annual financial report and data submitted to the district within 180 days. That is scheduled to be on target. It's not complete yet in the year because we're not done with the fiscal year. We're looking at, was there an unqualified opinion in the annual financial audit? That's scheduled to be on target. EOI is not complete. We've checked yes to number 3 and yes to number 4 for our financial goals. So we're looking solid on all of those as well. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Thurston to go over some of our campus achievement updates.
And so we'll start with our campus outcomes, achievement goals. And so we know that our goal this year is to move the campus from an F to a D. At this point, we are still eagerly and anxiously awaiting the final results from the state, and that is pending here in September. Also, the same for 2.1 and 2.2, all that's pending final state results. As far as the MAP assessment, and as you recall, that's an assessment that's given 3 times a year, and that assesses the average growth of each student in each content area. And we did hit our metric of 1.6 years worth of growth. And that means compared to the average school, our kids at Mendez grew 1.6 times what every other kid did. So kudos to the team there and Mr. Willis, and certainly to Ms. Terrain, who was a big part of that instructional coaching.
Let me speak to that just real quick. That's also second highest in the network. So we're very proud of that growth that Mendez made in year 1. So excellent jobs of the team. I'll also say that their status, so when we look at percentile points gained in 1 year, was I believe 4.8 as well. So if we can replicate that 2, 3, 4 years in a row, you've effectively closed the achievement gap. So well done.
Going to the art of thinking, that's an internal assessment. That's a critical thinking class. Unfortunately, we didn't reach our metric there. No campus in our network actually met that metric, and so we're really assessing that alignment of the content and the standards along with that assessment. And also, Mendez, mid-year, devoted some of that time from critical thinking into math and reading to ensure that we could get that 1.6 years worth of growth. We'll go on to the attendance and enrollment. We did not reach the goal of our enrollment. We know that 6th grade was taken away from the campus, and concerning the attendance, we did not hit the 96. However, we did increase from 82% in the first semester to 86 in the second semester. Concerning the campus surveys, I know that we've sent those questions to you, and here are the outcomes of each of those surveys from parents and their satisfaction, along with students and staff.
Let me touch base real quick on it. So these are baseline years because we just administered those. So we received thank you very much for sending us the panorama data that you guys conducted for Mendez. So a lot of those questions that we use there. I am happy to say that the campus staff survey was second highest results in the network. So when we really look at two key metrics, we look at overall, is my school headed in the right direction, and is the instructional leadership I'm provided help me improve my teaching? And when you take those two metrics and look at those, Mendez had second highest scores in the network. So those are very positive results for the team.
All right. And I will turn it over to Mr. Willis, and he'll talk about our campus action plan, and that's our internal metric that checks each of these indicators of success for each campus.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. So quickly here on this first slide, these are our 6 key actions. We'll go into a bit more detail as far as the first 3 are concerned. It will show that we've met our goals on those first 3. Key action 1, our goal was for 65% of our teachers to be proficient in delivering high quality instruction. We wanted that to increase to 75% in May. We actually exceeded that goal and got to 86% of our teachers being proficient. For key action number 2, we also met that goal as well. Our students know what they're learning. They know what they're learning. They know their learning objective. They know why they're being held in class to receive more personalized instruction, and they know why they're being pushed out of class to either work independently or collaboratively with a partner. And then if you take a look at key action number 3, the goal was for us to have 80% of teachers agreeing or strongly agreeing, and we actually met that goal with 87% of our teachers agreeing or strongly agreeing. And here on the next slide is just an overview of kind of some of the things that I just spoke on with key actions 1, 2, and 3.
All right, so the last time that we presented to you, I believe, was in March. And so there are a few things that we did a little bit differently the second semester, the last quarter of the school year. We are excited to say that we did successfully send 3 students to Japan and 7 students to Washington, D.C. So we're excited that those students, based on their growth and their attendance and their behavior, were able to earn their trip to Washington, D.C. and to Japan.
And Dr. Thurston attended as well.
And I was able to go to Japan. Also, students who actually stayed on campus all year long and did not transfer in and out actually made 1.7 years worth of growth compared to those who may have missed a week here or there, transferred or something of that nature, made 1.6. And we're so excited about that growth because that means we are closing the achievement gap for kids who were struggling. Our 7th grade basketball girls did an amazing job, and they were, I believe, 2nd in the district zone. So excellent job to the Lady Mavericks. I'm so excited that 2 of our teachers at Mendez, as well as Mr. Willis, are being promoted to assistant principals at other campuses in the network. And then, of course, Mr. Willis has taken the reign there at Mendez, and I know that he will be successful because he has been my right hand all year along with Ms. Terrain. And so I had to have both of them here just to tell them what I've told them privately a number of times, how much I appreciate them and how valuable they are to the work and the kids there at Mendez. If you haven't, please check out TikTok because we're going viral. We are going viral on TikTok. We are using some student-led recruitment efforts to get those kiddos back to the Austin district. And so we have a 7th grader who is interviewing campuses or interviewing teachers and principals about the food they eat and the clothes they wear and their favorite store. And so if you see a video, you will know that my favorite store is indeed Ross Dress for Less. A few other things here. Excited that we currently have about 117 students who are currently enrolled for our 5th quarter, and that's our summer school program, to ensure that we're closing those gaps and we are holding kids and families accountable for their attendance as well. We know that we need kids at school, and so shout out to Mr. Willis and the team there who are in, I believe, day 3 and moving into day 4 tomorrow of their summer school. At this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Craddock.
Yeah, real quick, to go back to quarter five. So not only is that academic, so students have three options. They can attend AM, they can attend PM, or they can attend full day. But that includes our DIAD program as well. So students are still getting the extracurricular opportunities, not just reading, writing, math, and science. So the DIAD concept still comes in at fifth quarter. We think that's an important part of learning for students. So we do that not only during the school year, but also during quarter five. So what we've learned so far, what we know is, and I really appreciated, Superintendent, what you said about your talent HR department. You guys getting from 80 vacancies right now is outstanding. And hiring well is the number one key, the task that I put on directors and that I put on our building principals. You got to hire well. And I'm happy to say that the team has 0 core vacancies at Mendez Middle School as of today for next year, 0 core vacancies. So we'll have a highly qualified teacher in all positions. Not only that, we've talked about our staffing model with teacher apprentices and with our learning coaches. So anytime we do have a maternity leave or an extended absence or just a day out because a child is sick, we have an effective teacher. No subs have entered into any buildings in Third Future this academic year. We have an effective staff model that ensures we have 185 instructionally effective days. Diet outreach and community stakeholders, those are critical. Third Future is opening 5 new schools that are set to open August 2nd, 2023. And we know that there's no better person in the community to spread the message of the good work that's going on than local professionals in the area. And in Mendez, that's in the Dove Springs area. And so by bringing in, whether it be the guitar teacher, the photography teacher, leadership, whatever it may be, they see what's going on a daily basis in each and every school, and they're our best advocates to spread the good word that the team is doing over at Mendez. So we got to continue that. We got to expand on it. We got to get better at that. We must improve attendance immediately. So Mr. Willis and his leadership team will have a plan to do that. As you saw, we went up 4 percentage points for ADA second semester because the team did put in incentives. So it's not enough just to be punitive. We have to do some positive behavior support, get those kids there. Now, that's going to be a challenge to start. First day in Austin ISD is August 14th for kids. We start August 2nd. So, those are not all, we got some weekends in there. So we're going to start messaging right after July 4th. So July 5th, we start messaging that now that we've been here. They know us. Last year is a new partnership. That was a little bit of a challenge due to just frontline and A numbers and everything. We have all those logistics down now. So the leadership team is going to start on that immediately on July 5th when we come back from the July 4th break. Our only big instructional initiative next year that's new is the science of reading. And I like all the public comment and all the conversation you guys have had around literacy, because Third Future, we're investing close to $750,000 in the science of reading. So that is not only a core base curriculum for K-4, but it's also dedicated staffing to support that. So the 5 components of literacy, science of reading has won the reading war, in my opinion. And so we are implementing that network-wide, and as you see in the data that we provided you, our 7th grade ELA scores look good. Our 8th grade did not look as good as 7th. And so we're going to make sure we close those gaps network-wide, and that's our only big new instructional initiative. And lastly, we got to continue to train leadership. So we have 2 teacher leaders that were promoted to assistant principals. We're excited about that. Mr. Willis was promoted to principal. You're not going to find 2 better instructional leaders in our network. We're not going to find. They can model the instructional practices and demonstrate real time for our students and on-the-job coaching. It's not about words on a piece of paper. It's about actually performing that instructional strategy real time with kids, so that a teacher can be coached effectively on what that looks like. So how are we doing that? Well, we have our entire building leadership team and network instructional leadership team going to after college prep in Odessa, because I have 350 students in summer school. I have a good site. And 22 teacher leaders from across the network will be going, 2 from Mendez, possibly 3, depending on the numbers. And they're in a week-long on-the-job training around instructional feedback, leadership, and culture. And then we have a protocol in place for next year where Dr. Thurston, Mr. Willis, and myself, each teacher leader will get a minimum of a half day a month around effective coaching, on-the-job coaching at the school around that. Because one thing that we've learned is we have, any time Third Future works with a new site, it works best if you have one leader who has experience and reps in the instructional practice and leadership and culture. And so we're implementing a formal protocol on how to do that. And that starts July 10th? July 10th, we're at Hector. Turn it over to you, sir.
Okay, so just looking ahead, some of these things have already kind of been stated, but I will be transitioning as the new principal. Super excited. The work has not stopped. I'm already basically doing a lot of those things now during summer school. So we're just transition. It was a smooth transition for the most part, and it hasn't stopped over the summer. Staffing updates, these numbers are probably going to be updated by the end of the week. I like to think that we will be 100% staff core and support staff by the end of the week, but we are, as already mentioned, 100% staffed for our core subjects. Mr. Rain has already visited our elementary schools, so we have a list of incoming 7th graders where we're already working with them to build schedules and get them into classes and some of our DIAD classes. So Mr. Rain, who's our other assistant principal, built together a team of some teachers, and they went around to those campuses, just spreading all the good things that's happening at Mendez. And then we've already talked about how we have already gone viral, 26,000 followers.
It's more than that.
Followers.
We have over 1 million views.
We have a lot of views, yes. So those are just some things that we're doing with student recruitment.
One thing I want to touch on is the staffing update, the 80% staff. So and I'm not sure if the board is aware of but we overstaff by 3 teachers at all third future schools. So Mr. Willis has the authority to hire an extra ELA, extra math, extra science. Because stuff happens over the summer and stuff happens August 2nd and people need to move, whatever it may be. So every third future campus has 3 extra teachers, 1 in each of those content, so that we are never down and short a staff member. That's our goal. So not only is it teacher apprentices and learning coaches, we've done this at selected sites in hard to fill areas such as in the Permian Basin. This year it was just standard operating procedure at all of our schools to do that. So Dr. Thurston has that same autonomy to do that in Beaumont and in Baton Rouge as well. All of our schools have that. So a new initiative to make sure that our school-based administrators, like we said, have an effective teacher in every classroom, 185 student-teacher contact days.
Well, we appreciate your time this evening, and we're certainly open to questions, and we're looking forward to a continued partnership. So we'll take your questions.
Thank you so much. So I guess I love the energy. Thank you. Congrats on becoming principal. So trustees, are there any questions? Yes, Trustee Hunter.
Good evening. I actually have a question for Dr. Reach before I ask you, because if it's information I missed, then it's my bad. The panorama information for Mendez, did we get that?
It was part of, so 2 different parts. I uploaded their own survey results, which was not Panorama, into board docs, so that's available there. The Panorama parents who responded for Mendez was part of the access that we gave you to all of the district's results.
Okay.
So I did not send you Mendez individually. You'd have to go click on the drop-down campus and select Mendez.
Okay, thank you. So then I have a question and then a comment. I guess my question is, and I think you might have answered it, because it said 47% your support staff. I don't know what you include in there. What I'm interested in is like special education, how we're supporting special education students, and then how we're supporting our emerging bilinguals.
Great. So let me just touch briefly on the SPED and emergent bilinguals, and I'll let you guys take over. So and I know we've talked about the instructional model, and I'll just briefly go. So traditionally, historically, in third future schools, our emergent bilingual and SPED students outperform their peers. And the data that we've provided, there's 6 assessments you'll see there for NWA. So if you look at now what we labeled as ELL, and I'll change it to emergent bilingual and special ed, I think emergent bilingual outpaced their peers in 4 of the 6 and SPED in 3 of the 6. So our model, our instructional model allows kids to show what they know in a variety of ways. And so that is usually why, and just how it gets done from grade level instruction and then personalized differentiated learning, how those 2 groups of students normally, in most cases in all of our schools, outperform their, their English-speaking peers and their their students without disabilities. Do you guys want to touch specifically on what you did? Because we made some instructional changes after Christmas based specific to Mendez.
Sure, and so some of the things we did was kind of reallocate that critical thinking time. We know that's an important skill. We value that across the network, but we also know that our kids were really struggling with reading, and so we took some of that art of thinking time, and we paid the price for that on those assessments. However, those kids, the ELL students, SPED students, any student who was struggling with reading was able to get that second dip of reading based on their needs, and I think that'll bear out for the final results on the STAR.
Next year, even with schedule changes, with adding in the science of reading, that'll be an additional hour for students that are identified that need that. So not only will students get grade level instruction, personalized learning, they'll get their special ed minutes, they'll get dedicated ELL support during LSA time, and 60 minutes a day of science or reading if they need that additional support. And that's across the network, all schools. We're actually putting a little bit more into Mendez than we are in our other middle schools.
Okay, thank you. Make sure that's still on. So I was looking, thank you for providing the survey information, the questions, so that we could see like what we're asking parents. And I'm glad that you guys got our panorama information so you can kind of see how we like to tease it out. I just have a request that in the future, like I see these questions here, and I want to request that when we get data on any kind of survey, because it's part of 14, I think. So when we're looking at, did I write that one down? Let me see. Yeah, it's culture of respect and customer service equity, and the percent of family satisfaction measured by the school climate survey. So our goal is to move from 71 to 80. You guys, topped it off. I think you said, was it 86?
Staff was 86.
Oh, staff was 86. What was families?
80.
80 for
So
parents.
you actually hit that mark. But when we look at questions like question 4, the child feels safe and happy at school. Like we're rating 1 to 5. I really want to know, did a parent say 2 or did a parent say 5? Right? Because if a parent said 5, then I want to know what you're doing, right? If a parent said 2, then you guys know what to do. Question 7 is another one, like the school administration and processes are very smooth and effective, right? Was that a 1 or was that a 5? And then finally, question 11, considering your overall experience with school, would you recommend the school to a friend or colleague for families? I think that's really powerful information. And we looked at attendance, right? And we saw that attendance is not what you guys want it to be, definitely not what we want it to be. I will just share a really quick anecdote because we're already pressed for time. I went to school every single day. I loved it because there was joy at the school. Now, I didn't go to class, but I was in the building because it was a place I could get what I needed. And when I wasn't getting what I needed, you know what I did? I didn't go to school. Like I went to somebody else's school, like I hung out at LBJ or whatever. But I think that that's important for us to understand as educators, no matter where we are in that process, is that when there's joy, kids are gonna show up. And when there's not, they don't. And I remember calling parents and the mom's like, I can't make him go to school. I dropped him off. Now he didn't go in the building. This year I had the experience of calling the school when I dropped my daughter off. She'll be horrified that I'm saying this. I was like, I just saw a kid get out of a car and start walking down Northeast. She is not coming to your school today. You might want to get out there real quick and grab her. And so that's just something I thought I would share. I really want to know what parents think so we know where to improve and how to reach out and how we can support you, right? Because Mendez is our school. You're our partner, but it's still our school. And at the end of the day, we're responsible for what happens there. So I want to do everything I can do personally. I know that we want to do everything that we can do to make sure that that school is successful. And thank you for the report and the information.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do that with the parent survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. Anyone else? Yes, Trustee Kaufman.
Great. So thank you again for coming today and for all your work this year. Congratulations on the promotions all around. I wanted to ask a couple questions. First, I just wanted to confirm with our administration, is that our interpretation of the MAP data that when there's a 1.6 growth, that means it's 1.6 times the average growth? Is that our administration's interpretation when looking at our AISD data, at our other schools' data?
Heather, you want to, or Dr. Diaz, either one.
Good evening. So when we report out on our map data, we're using the premium report that we have access to internally and then the correlation. So we know that 50% growth is average growth, and then when you get to the north side of 50, then you're looking at more accelerated growth further away. So probably like a 75% growth rate would translate to a 1.6.
So what would be, so 1.6 is 1.6 years of growth, or what is the 1.6 reference? Okay.
Yes, sir. So when the national average is 1 year's of growth in 1 year's time. And so, and we've broken it down, 7th grade outperformed 8th grade, but when you look at that total growth, and it's a weighted average, so it's a weighted average, that Mendez was 1.6 as a school. They achieved 1.6 years of growth in 1 year's time.
Okay, perfect. So I just wanted, because what I heard was 1.6 times the growth of average students, which is a very different interpretation. Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure, because part of what my goal in this is that we're learning from other instructional practices so we can inform what we're doing. And so putting into context not only the absolute growth that we want to see for our Mendez students, but also what are we learning that, compared to what are our students learning compared to schools operating in our traditional district model.
Yeah,
So-
our high point was 7th grade ELA right at 2 years of growth in 1 year. They were that was our highest scoring content area.
Okay, so I trust that our administration will be providing some comparison data for us in terms of being able to compare apples to apples and Mendez to our other middle schools.
We can absolutely do that, and I think as we work through the monitoring report, if that's how the board would like to see the data, we can definitely provide it in that way. So that's another opportunity for us to improve.
All right, well, I will ponder that and perhaps consult with a couple of colleagues before I make that request. Okay, and then, thank you, Heather. So also in December, when you presented to us, you said that the success of Third Future, part of that had been that you were achieving a 1.85 growth across your network. And I'm just curious, as we all struggle through these days, what do you attribute that drop from 1.85 in previous years to 1.6, which was, you said, the second highest in the network? What's going on?
That's great, because I had two board meetings last week and one earlier today as well. So I've been talking to my boards and a lot of our boards about that. So last year our network average was was 1.78, so right at 8 as a network. This year the network average we dropped to 1.63. And then our proficiency was a 6.5, and that was down slightly as well. So I think, and I'm looking now big pictures network. When I look at Mendez, and I look at leading indicators, so I look at spot observations, we look at our SRT data, we look at our demonstration of learning data. I think there's two things. Number one is literacy. We got to do a better job, and we recognize that, which is why we're implementing the science of reading. And I think that specifically ties into Mendez, because our lowest performing was our 8th grade ELA. That was a big gap. There was a big gap between 7th and 8th grade reading proficiency. And so that's why we're investing in there. The other piece that I'll say is we implemented a formalized writing protocol called a short constructive response, just a Third Future strategy. We didn't do that until October. Now, across the board, we were compliant on that, so we did it, but I don't think we did as effectively, like really looked at the quality of student writing. So students are writing more, yes. Did we have a rubric? Yes. But if we, and we did this together as a team, when we really looked at students understand and see what good writing really was, I don't believe as a network we did that as well, and I think that impacted Mendez as well. So what are we doing about that? Well, we've implemented a better protocol where we're going to randomly, get blind samples, and we're going to assess that every quarter as a leadership team, as a network leadership team, and then coach building administrators on how to really look at the quality of that writing, and then how to coach teachers effectively to communicate to students what's the difference between a 0, 1, and a 2 on our writing rubric. So we were compliant, but I don't believe we were effective, and we're going to work on that. Those two things, our testing window just ended June 1. So we were testing right up to June 1. We just got the data. You guys were the first ones to get it because we knew we had to get this in the board packet. So as a network team, we haven't even met to really look at this yet.
Appreciate that. And then you mentioned, I think, updating the terms to refer to emergent bilingual. I encourage you to do that with all due haste and sincerity around that effort, because the changing of the term in the state of Texas, AISD preceded the state of Texas in making that change in our policy to refer to our students as emergent bilingual. And it's not just because it's a name, it's not just because it's different words, but it's reflecting a different set of beliefs about the potential of our students, and making sure that we're recognizing that students who come into our schools knowing other languages are in the process of becoming bilingual. They're not erasing the language they came with and replacing with English, but they're actually becoming bilingual. And so not only do we want to see in our district practices that recognize and value the languages that students bring with them, but we also want to incorporate instructional practices that leverage that home language and allow them to use that in their schools. So there's a whole lot behind the term emergent bilingual, so I really encourage you on your network, but especially in Mendez, to do some exploration into that when you're looking at how you serve your emergent bilingual students, starting with the term and then moving into the beliefs and really thinking about what are the best services for them. Because I remain concerned that we have a school operating in our network that, in our district, that doesn't provide a dual language program for our students when it's really almost a majority of students would qualify to be in a dual language program. And so I want us to really make sure that we're working together to meet the values of our district surrounding how do we serve emergent bilingual students. Of course, the most important thing is that they're successful, and I know that you're aiming for success for the students. So I appreciate that, and I hope that, again, that we can learn from each other about this process so we can see them soaring on the English assessments, but we can also look at the other approaches. So I just encourage you to really think through that term. And then last question, Superintendent Segura, we still have, are we still providing options to students at Mendez who would be in dual language from elementary to continue in dual language with busing to other schools if they choose not to attend Mendez?
I know we had that last year. I don't feel like that has changed. That has not changed.
Okay. Okay, so perfect. So I do hope that we can continue to see the enrollment stabilize at Mendez, but I also want to make sure that we're providing options for our students who do want to participate in dual language so they can attend a school where it's offered. Thank you. Thank you, genuinely, thank you for all your work.
Thank you, sir.
That was not a hissy fit, that was just moving my microphone.
Any other trustees have questions or comments? Yes, Trustee Zapata.
Thank you very much for your report. I would like to just ask if you all would be, if we could set up a time to meet as your trustee. I'd really like to, I know last year we had a couple of visits, but as if we want to really build a collaboration, I'd like us to meet more often just to see how we're doing, what more do we need to do. We have a very strong and vibrant community that wants to see Mendez succeed. And so the only way that we can do that is to work side by side with you to make that happen. So if we could set a time to meet before you start school, that would be very helpful. There are some ideas that we would like to share with you, and that's, I think that would be a way to really build and strengthen that collaboration with the community that we love, and we love our community, and not only our current students, but that this would be an opportunity to also figure out a way how we drive all our feeder school students to Mendez. So if we could set a time to do that, Mr. Craddock.
Will do, ma'am. You just let us know. We'll be more than happy.
Okay, excellent. Also, when you were talking about you have already hired your entire staff, you said, for this coming year?
100% of core teachers. So
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Willis still has some support staff in the extra positions that I named as well. We factor in the extra positions just so we have a true, honest look at all of our campuses.
Okay. Well, did you hire a counselor? Because I know there was a counselor, but she wasn't in person. She was doing it online, or I don't know how
We
that was
started
going.
with a full-time, and then she relocated, I think. And then we had to go online. The school does have an FTE allocated for a counselor. Have you hired a counselor?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so that's a very critical partner to
Yeah,
have on site.
they made that known to me, how critical the counselor was many times.
Absolutely. Okay, well, that's great to know. Thank
Because
you.
one thing I want the board to recognize is that Mendez, roughly 230, 40 kids, we have 3 full-time administrators.
Mhm.
That ratio is much different than your schools, I'm sure. But we know and we believe at Third Future that that's the level of leadership you need to get that instructional feedback and that on-the-job coaching. One, because I would say in a school of this big, you probably maybe just have one administrator, maybe not even assistant principal at a school that size. But at any new school we open, we've actually changed our protocol. Now it's 4.
Right.
No matter the size, it's going to be 1 principal and 3 assistant principals.
Right.
Because there's no harder job than that first year. That first year, you have to have a lot of coaching, and teachers need support. But we do have a counselor, ma'am.
Well, that's great, because our students need that support. The students come with a lot of issues, as you know, and they have to have someone they can also go to, right? So I'm glad to hear that you have at least one counselor. Maybe 3 would be good too, you know. Thank you. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other trustees have questions? Trustee Boswell.
Want to share appreciation for all that you have brought, and also congratulations on the promotions. So we will miss seeing you here unless you're coming back. So thank you.
Yes,
You're going to be traveling a lot, but yeah, congratulations to both of you for that. Want to also really express appreciation for the extent of disaggregated data that you had provided. I know it's not in the presentation, but for anyone who's watching, there is a very large appendix. Really, I know that's a conversation we had in the past, and thank you for showing up with all of that in so many different ways, including by gender, which is something we don't do as much internally, but really appreciate all the different ways you've presented it for people who are interested in one thing or another. So I want to direct people who are watching to that appendix if they're especially interested in our emergent bilingual students, students by race and ethnicity, students by, a bunch of other measures, special education status, and wondering if you see patterns in that data that you especially want to flag for us while we're here together.
We do. So concerning to me mostly is the 8th grade ELA. While we did make gains second semester, it's not good enough. Bottom line, we made some instructional changes that Dr. Thurston talked about, but and we did improve, but we didn't accelerate that rate enough for those students, in my opinion. I don't have historical map data, so I can't compare what that has been. The highlight was our 7th grade ELA group, right at 2 years. So we can get another year like that. We know those kids are going to be leaving Mendez and whatever high school they choose to go, they're going to be better prepared than they've ever been. So that's what we're really going to focus on. Like I said, our window just closed June 1. We have it, and with 5th quarter starting Tuesday, we're sitting down actually next week for the 4th and reviewing this as a core leadership team.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, that 7th grade data is really impressive and sending our kids into a really terrific future in 8th grade and what's ahead. So yeah, that was exciting to see, and thank you for breaking the other concerns down. And then my other question is the student discipline. If I look, 54 individual students, either in school suspension, out of school suspension, or removal, which looks like there were 20 removals, which by my math is a quarter of all students. And that, again, seems high to me. And just wondering what your take is on that, what you're doing to address that, If students are out of school, they can't be learning. I know you have an unusual, a different in-school suspension where everyone has a camera in the classroom. They can continue learning. We've talked about that in the past. But, I see kind of 37% disrupting the learning environment, and then some other things, drug use, fighting, disrespect to adults. And just wondering how you're navigating that and kind of what you hope to see next year that might be different, because I know the goal is to continue reducing that.
Sure. And so I'll just kind of talk about some things that we did this year to address that, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Willis. And so in Third Future, we really harp on habits of success, things that students do that we know will lead to success, being on time, being respectful. And we keep those high expectations. And we know that as we enter into the first year of a campus that's been struggling for years, we're really changing the culture there. And so it was important for us to maintain high expectations. Yes, these numbers are a little bit higher than what we wanted, but I'm proud that we kept very high expectations. Mendez was and is a safe campus. And as we move forward into next school year, I know that Mr. Willis and the team there is digging more into the things that can be done in terms of incentives, student travel, lunch on the principal, and things of that nature. And so I'll let him speak to that.
Yeah, I'll just speak briefly on it. We did, try to increase some of those incentives. We also got a lot of student input on, things that they want. So we're not just kind of blindly incentivizing them. So I anticipate trying to lean on that a lot more. I also believe we got a slow start with the habit of success this year. So hitting the ground running next year. We have our morning meeting times where I kind of reemphasize, what is our habit of success that we're going to focus on for the day. So we have that time at the very beginning of the day. It happens every single day. So just reemphasizing it through that, as well as our incentive system that we can hit the ground running with much sooner next year.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And again, in response to Trustee Kaufman's point that we're all in partnership and learning from each other, I look forward to hearing what your students have to say, because our students have a lot to tell us about what they're looking for and what will work for them. So I look forward to hearing more about that as well, so we can all learn from each other. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Boswell. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I do have a question. First of all, thank you. I really appreciate you all putting the scorecard goals just really clean so we can kind of zip through this. And do you know when you are going to receive the state data and let us know how we did on the campus rating? And
I'm thinking early September, but you guys will probably know faster than I will.
okay. And then I just wanted to clarify again, not to, beat a dead horse, but the 1.6. So I'm reading the slide, and it says students will demonstrate an average of 1.6 times the growth.
1.6 times the national average. So the national average is 1.
Okay, the national average is 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
The national average is 1, and so.
Okay, got it. Then that works. And then the other question I had was about student membership. So 5.1. So at Mendez we have 7th and 8th grade, correct?
Yes.
So help me understand the 2 grade levels, 6th and 7th. That's written on the slide.
Is there a misprint on the slide? It should be 7th and 8th.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a misprint.
Should be 7th.
We would love to have 6th grade if you want to bring them back to us.
Great. Okay. So the goal was 305, correct? Okay. And your outcome was 216. How is the 305 derived? How was your goal derived?
So that was, I believe, in original negotiations with Superintendent Elizalde and the board. And so my understanding, which I was not part of those conversations, that was Mike Miles and Michelle Moore, was that was originally set in the performance contract. And at that time, I believe the decision had not been made to hold 6th grade back at our feeder elementary schools. So that was set from T-STEM, I believe, was the former partner. Yeah. So that was the goal, the metric that was set under the original performance contract prior to us knowing that 6th grade was not going to attend Mendez. Is my understanding of that.
Oh, okay. Wait, so the 305 was based on
I think sixth grade being in.
Oh.
That, the enrollment, when we, prior to us taking over, was 6th, 7th, and 8th at T-STEM, was not much higher than that. I want to say it was like 350. Now, what we have tried to do is, we're surrounded by 7 charter schools. And so the team has done a focused and concerted effort. We put a goal, and actually, I don't know how we track it, but it's just a goal. I want to recruit 10 kids from each one of those charter schools to bring 70 kids back next year. To bring 70 kids out of those standalone charters, back to Mendez, back to AISD. But the original goal, that 305 number, to my knowledge, that was when we were still thinking we had 6th grade.
Okay. Is that something we should revisit then?
So what I can do is go back, revisit the agenda
Okay.
item and work with Dr. Reach to figure out precisely what that negotiation looked like, and then bring it back to the board and see if an adjustment conversation is warranted.
Okay.
And we're okay with that goal. That's okay, because we're going to work hard to attain it. You know, knowing that it is a stretch goal because we're missing 1 grade level. We're okay with that. I'm okay with that. Are you, sir? Yeah. Okay. We're going to keep working. We are surrounded by 7 charter schools. We want to bring them back. We want as many kids. We can fit more kids in Mendez Middle School. We want more students. So
Well,
we're okay with that goal as long as the board and, you know, if we're all
I'm
all
all
okay
for
with
it. I just want to make sure that we are clear on where that 305 came from, so it helps provide some context. But what I am interested in is knowing how many, so you currently have 216 students enrolled, correct?
That was at the end of the year. So right now we're over 230. We're over 230 in frontline, I believe.
Can I intervene? The 2021-22 taper report shows 484 students enrolled at Mendez in 21-22.
At 220.
484 in 21-22, so the year prior to this year, last year.
When there was a 6th
So
grade.
T-STEM's last
With 6th
year.
grade,
Okay.
right. When
Okay.
they had 6th grade, it was 484.
Okay, that was higher than I recall being in there in the school. Yeah.
Do you guys have a sense of how many students left Mendez during the course of this school year?
About 40.
40.
My understanding, yeah. My last discussion with Dr. Castro is 40 students.
Okay.
It started at one point or transferred or moved out. Whether moved out to, whether transferred to another AISD school or actually left the district.
Oh, okay, got it. And then I also was interested to know if you and I'm glad to hear that you're fully staffed in your core courses. I was curious to know what the attrition rate, I know that's not one of the scorecard goals, but I was curious if you knew that.
Of staff?
Of staff.
We have 47% of our teachers returning. So just under half of all
Okay.
faculty and staff.
Okay.
And that doesn't account for the teachers who were promoted to different positions and things of that nature. And so not all of those are resignations or terminations. Some of those are transfers into other campuses in the network.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. And then during the course of this year, so you have 47% of your teachers that are going to continue on next year. Do you have a sense of during the school year, how many teachers stayed, how many left, like in the middle of the school year?
We could get that information. I don't know off the top of my head. We'd have to break it down by teacher apprentices, learning coach. We wouldn't do diet because they're independent contractors. We can get that information for you. That's
Okay.
not a problem.
Okay, cool. Okay, I think those are all my questions. Staff, or trustees, are there any others? Yes.
I'd just like to follow up and add a little more to the taper data that Trustee Kaufman mentioned, that if you break it down by grade in the taper, there were 136 in 6th grade in 21-22, 169 in 7th grade, 21-22. When those students move up, that was a total of 305 students. And if you look at the contract, the goal is that membership will not decrease.
Okay.
So that's what we're working with. So,
Okay.
just to clarify.
Then that must have been adjusted after Superintendent Elizalde then did change it. Then I was unaware of that. Sorry.
So yeah, that's what we're looking at.
That's
So,
helpful.
okay. Yeah, it'll help
Now
us,
we
and
know
it'll
the
help us to
mystery
know what we're
solved.
looking for next year.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the 305 was based on just 2 grade levels then, is what I'm hearing. Okay, cool.
And it was the 2 that moved up last year.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And then we know what we're looking for next time.
I would be curious to know, is there a way that we can find out where those students went? I would be curious to know if they stayed in AISD or, the ones that left, or if they're going to charters or what.
We'll have some of that information. If
Okay.
they went private, we wouldn't have that. If they went out of state, we wouldn't have that. But
Okay.
there's certainly things we can track.
Okay, it would be good to know that. All right, trustees, any other? Oh, yes, Vice President Foster.
Yeah, just with regards to the staffing, and this is kind of a follow-up. So having all core subjects covered for next year and being at 86% overall, great. And then as part of that conversation, the acknowledgement and understanding that you also had 47% leave, some to promotion, some to somewhere else. Can you just help me with, in terms of like philosophy of practice, the role of stability of teachers, or is, I don't want to say churn, that sounds value-laden, but is turnover built into the model and, well, that's okay? Or is like, no, we don't like to see that 47%?
That depends. So the answer is a yes and a no. So our goal is this, and it's different than most charter networks and districts, is 185 effective instructional days. And so we're not an underperforming teacher or a teacher who cannot provide quality instruction. We're going to coach. We're going to remediate the team. This team does an excellent job because I've witnessed it. But we're not going to allow that person to continue instructing kids that are behind. And so is it built into the model? Those safeguards are, those coaching pieces, those conversations. We have the most rigorous interview process that I know of. Every teacher has a performance interview. They get to choose between 3 lesson objectives when they come in the door, and they get 10 minutes to plan because it's about content, knowledge, and presence. Now, obviously, my job is working with directors, executive directors, and principals on how to refine that, because we talked about what do we need to do well right now, and that's hire well. And so we revised that hiring protocol to really look at 7 key characteristics that research is proven works no matter what the field. Do we always get it right? No. Sometimes, and then life happens too. I'll be honest, there's an expression I call, it's called tears by Labor Day. I tell the principals, I don't want to see tears by Labor Day where you were not honest and transparent with the teacher or any staff member, and they don't like it. So when I interview people, and these gentlemen have been in, every candidate I'm about to offer a job, I tell them this is going to be your hardest job in education because our standard will not lower. And you're going to get feedback every day, multiple times a day. And if they're not okay with that, then Third Future's not the place for them, because I need 185 days of a quality person instructing the students at Mendez in all core content areas to include emergent bilingual and special ed. And so sometimes they don't want to do that. As you all are aware as a board, they're not up to that challenge, and sometimes they can't do that, and we'll coach them and we help them, but we're not going to allow poor quality instruction for the students at Mendez. I hope that answers.
Yeah, it does, and it raises sort of research questions for me. Like there's one intriguing aspect of this whole moment is, and not pitting against one another, but comparative data. And we're going to get a treasure trove of comparative data over the next, year or two, and learn something about practices, best practices around hiring, retention, et cetera. Because there's things we do that I don't love, and I say, gosh, I wish we were a little bit like that. There's things you're doing that I'm going, I don't really understand. And then I'm saying, but there's something to learn there, and maybe you're onto something, and maybe there's something in the middle.
Yes.
That sort of thing. So I'm intrigued. 47% sounds alarming to me out the gate, but there might be a philosophy of practice around it, and it sounds like part of what you're saying is that part of the model is to, I don't know how to say this delicately, but there's a part of the model that is going to move people along a little more quickly than traditional systems do.
Correct. Example. If you're not ready for instruction 3 times in a row, we're having that conversation. Or forget in a row, 3 times. I mean, we're paying very, very competitive salaries. We're going to train you up. We have a learning coach that's going to grade your papers. We have a copy clerk that's going to make all your copies, and we have LCDs that are going to provide you with all the resources. If you come unprepared to teach 3 days, I expect these gentlemen to have that conversation with a staff member.
Additionally, the work we do at Third Future, especially here at Mendez, it's different type of work. It's not just running a school. It is turnaround work. Mendez has been a struggling campus for some time now, and so that's a different type of work. It takes a different type of grit, a different type of dedication, and so the work we do is different, and we do have high expectations, and so we're going to maintain those, and we'll continue to close those achievement gaps because of the high expectations for teachers and principals.
Well, thank you all for being here tonight, and thank you for the insights and information. I look forward to learning more.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you. I think, anyone else? Last chance? All right. Thank you. Really appreciate you being here. Okay. Oh. We got more stuff. Yes, power through. So next we have our scorecard goal, item 7.1. And tonight we're going to be discussing scorecard goal 4, which is the 6th through 8th grade end of year MAP reading and math. So this item is part of our commitment to discuss student achievement and really take a close look at how our students are doing and really look forward to hearing the presentation. So, Mr. Seguda?
Absolutely. I'd like to welcome Dr. Diaz, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Academics, Dr. Angel Wilson, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Secondary School Leadership, and Ms. Heather Petrozzini, Special Assistant to the Superintendent, to present tonight's scorecard presentation on Goal Progress Measure 4.1 through 4.4. Ms. Petrozzini, would you like to kick us off?
So good evening, Superintendent Segura, Board of Trustees. My name is Heather Petrozzini. I'm a Special Assistant to the Superintendent.
I'm Dr. Susan Diaz. I am the Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Academics.
Dr. Angel Wilson, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Schools. Happy to be here.
We do not have a TikTok, but we did say we'll get one, and we'll go viral ourselves.
That's right.
That's you.
So what you are currently seeing on the screen is the data from our scorecard that pertains to STAR assessment and MAP growth. Our scorecard goal is related to actual performance of students experiencing poverty on state assessments at the meets grade level or above. Once we receive our state assessment data via taper, we will update the scorecard to reflect the actual percentage and provide that to the board. We currently have our MAP growth data, and that will be the focal point of tonight's presentation. The MAP growth data is included in our scorecard as a progress measure to reach Goal 4. By comparing our MAP growth results in yellow to our actual target goals that are circled in blue, we understand the challenge that lies ahead of us, and we remain diligent in identifying the students' solutions to effectively meet the needs of the students that we serve. Next slide, please. Okay, so take a look at the highlighted column, which shows a modest increase from the MOY to the EOY in all 4 areas. If we look at the BOY to EOY scores, we see that our African American students gained a ground in reading, as did our Hispanic students in regards to math. We missed our EOY targets in all 4 areas. We know that this is not where we need to be, and we have a plan to address this for the upcoming school year in a very systematic way. Next slide, please. This chart provides a high-level point of comparison for student groups. In reading for our African American students experiencing poverty, 47% met their projected growth target, and 43% of our Hispanic students experiencing poverty met theirs. Both student groups did not yet meet the 50% threshold, which is considered average growth. I'd also like to point out that the Department of Accountability and Assessment has added in 2 additional columns or categories for student groups to broaden the comparison as well for this EOY report. Those 2 rows are highlighted as they are included for the first time during this update. So in math, 42% of our African American students met their growth goal, and 47% of our Hispanic students met their projected growth target. Both are likewise shy of the 50% target for average growth.
So as you all have eloquently pointed out time and time again, sometimes this data, it is just a single piece of data. And so I've shown you this chart before, and I wanted to bring your attention to it again. If you compare this chart to the first time that we showed it to you in March, then you would see that our kids are actually outperforming everybody else in the nation. So I've bracketed off 6th through 8th grade reading and math. And again, so this is if all things were equal, every kid in the United States was taking STAR and they needed to be at the meets grade level. And the national average is the purple mark, and then the orange bar is where we are. So there's lots to celebrate, and compared to the nation, AISD as a whole, all things considered and all things being equal, we are outperforming the rest of the United States. So I'm very excited about Dr. Wilson, my new partner, and so we're re-envisioning how we support middle school campuses. The reorg will allow us to hone in on our most historically challenged campuses and provide them the support that they need. The reduction of assessments will allow us to focus our attention and energy on MAP as our progress measure. Finally, the addition of high-quality instructional materials for our elementary schools will pay dividends for our middle schools, when we strengthen the primary grades, it creates a strong foundation for all students to succeed at high levels. So, from being at the PLC coaching academies and being around the 44 campuses, they're excited about the reduction of assessments. So I want to thank the board for leading that charge, because that has been very well received by our campuses. Okay. Our academic priorities are aligned to propel student learning in school year 23-24. Currently, our curriculum design team is working alongside K-8 teachers to streamline our year-at-a-glance documents, our unit planning organizers, and align resource documents. Based on teacher and administration feedback, we are also focusing our curricular work to better align dual language, so the SLAR and the ELAR are tightly aligned, so therefore the teachers can plan together. So anecdotally on the street, since I've been around the teachers at these trainings, they're very excited about that change. And in addition, our newly redesigned documents are built upon universal design principles. So we've worked really closely with MET. We've worked really closely with the SPED department to be on this journey together in sync. The PLC coaching academies are rolling with 44 campuses currently participating. Administrators and their leadership teams are immersed in reimagining their mission, vision, collective commitments, and goal setting, and they're really focused on the 4 questions of the PLC. And finally, to further shore up our Tier 1 instruction, our units will help guide teachers through the 4 questions of the PLC with a laser focus on question number 1. What do we want our students to learn? This is the teacher clarity piece of the curriculum that is centered on unpacking standards, sequencing the unpacked standards into learning targets, which include the criteria for success. So in other words, the thinking the students will need to do in order to achieve the learning goal in that block of allotted time. And as our students are moving up the rungs of learning toward the target, the daily learning target, we are checking for understanding along the way at multiple points. This is how best to close learning gaps, because it's actually how you can close them faster, but it's also how you can even prevent them from ever occurring. So the idea is monitoring, some would say minute by minute, but that's a little aggressive, right? But being sure that we're monitoring along the way to ensure that students are moving ahead throughout the success criteria. So this is also something that we've looked at before. So again, there are some people, some academics who don't exactly trust Hattie's research, but for educational purposes, he is pretty much one of the most reliable sources out there. Some will say that he's pulled in a couple of meta-analyses that they thought shouldn't belong in his work, but he is one of the most reliable researchers out there on education. So again, what the diagram is showing you here is basically the effect size of different things that people try in education. And so the 4 of the things that we are laser focused on in regards to our curriculum and the supports that we're rolling out for teachers are all in this blue area. So if it's in the blue area, that means our students are going to grow more than a year. So 0.40 is the hinge point. That's a year's worth of growth. But you can see there are other things on this chart that are way above the 0.4. So 0.4 is a year's worth of growth. So anything more than that, then you're looking at a year and a half, 2 years, or even 3 years. So I'd like to bring your attention to the things that we're focusing on, which would be the teacher clarity, which is part of the learning targets, success criteria, and formative checks. We're also really focusing in on the collective teacher efficacy, which is part of the PLC process. And within that PLC process, MTSS is baked into it. It's very much a part of what you do as a PLC. And they refer to it as RTI, but it's essentially the same thing. And then the other thing that we are working really closely with MET on is giving students the opportunity to engage in discourse, because we want to see more students talking to each other, students talking to the teacher, less teacher talk, because again, all of those things have a super high effect size. And we believe that all these strategies working together, which none of them are going to be overly taxing on teachers, are the way that we can make gains considering some of the backslide that happened because of COVID. So this is we link this in the presentation, and I know that some of you have perused it, but this is a draft of the curriculum, the new curriculum documents. Again, we used rigorous curriculum design training in order to inform the layout of this curriculum. We're really excited about the things that it has in it. It is organized around the 4 questions of the PLC, because those are the things that the teacher teams will be discussing. So we thought, well, what if we organize this curriculum in order to support those conversations that the PLCs are having on their campuses. So again, we have teachers working on it right now. They're at O'Henry and somewhere else. They're at 2 campuses across the district, and it's the teachers, the ACSs working alongside each other to co-construct the curriculum documents. And I think what's going to be great about them is they're differentiated when you kind of consider them as a whole. So there's the broadest one is our year at a glance, which is not here. But so for an expert level teacher, a year at a glance is pretty much all that kind of teacher would need to go off of. I taught for a very long time, for 17 years. I would print out the year at a glance and stick it on the filing cabinet just to ensure, I was doing what I needed to do. So that's a broad overview. But then when we get into the unit will be something, a document that the teams can use in order to collaborate around the 4 questions of the PLC. And then there's still going to be the lessons and other instructional resources for our first year teachers and other supports that they may need. So in a way, the curriculum is differentiated based on our teachers' experiences. So we're excited to share some exciting things that are happening. So the curriculum we're excited about, we are really excited about what occurred in summer school. And this kind of came to us as we can reinvent what summer school looks like for our students. So why not have fun? Why not bring some joy into their lives? So we said, let's do a PBL summer school. So, and I really have to give a shout out to Dr. Gloria Williams and Josh Jun, because when I told him PBL camp, he kind of didn't like that. He didn't like camp, but I said we have to call it something fun so kids want to go to it. And he was telling us, and I, got a little misty, that he just did the exit interviews for all of the summer school principals, and every single one of the summer school principals said it was like a great experience, and that every single one of them would do it again next year if called upon to do it. The same was true for the teachers, and some of the responses he got from the principals were that the parents were super stoked about this also, that they came out, because the last thing about the PBL summer school was that at the end you have to do a public presentation, right? That's part of project-based learning. And so the campus principals, the summer school principals, did a great job of rallying and bringing in people to watch these kids present their projects. And some of the things that Josh told me that the parents said was, I have a super shy kid, super introverted, and I can't believe that my kid got up at the end and presented in front of a bunch of strangers. He also said that there were parents that said, like, I could never get my kid to go to school, and this kid was up every day ready to go, just really loved the experience. So there's, some quotes there, and I'm sure if you want to know more about it, Josh has all the information, but that's been a really positive thing that's going to impact. These are things that are going on right now that are impacting where we're wanting to head. And then again, I just have to brag on our campuses. They have been able to go to 4 days of the PLC Coaching Academy. They have some of the best trainers that we could find. We ensured that they had the best people in front of them because we wanted this to be the best experience. And I did get a text from one of the principals that said, this is the best PD that I have ever received. And so again, there's just a lot of positive feedback. You're going to get a board update next week that has all of the reviews from the first cohort, because they finished the first 4 days the fastest, but I'll keep sending you all the reviews. So basically the response from all the participants, and the highest score was a 5, and I don't think anyone rated that cohort 1 lower than a 4. So just amazing feedback that we're receiving from the PLC Coaching Academy. And then finally, one more thing of joy was we were able to, this took a little bit of work, but we were able to work with an organization to bring some service dogs to Martin Middle School. And the children got to read to the puppies, and it was a very magical experience. So all of these are things to say, I know that may seem like that's not that big of a deal, but there's actually research that supports that it's calming for the students, and they feel less threatened when they're reading to a cat or a dog. The idea was cats first, but then people were like, no, not cats. I thought the cats were a little over the top too. So we did settle on maybe less hypoallergenic dogs, and but these are just the things that we're working on, that we're super excited about, that we're proud about, the direction that we're headed. We have, I thought about adding a piece of Ted Lasso in here, but we believe that these things that we're doing right now are going to be, they're the right things, and they're still fun things that will bring people, students and teachers joy, because above all, one of the things that I keep bragging about, being around the PLCs and the campus principals, and they've got a guiding coalition with them. So they're not having to think alone. They've got, 4 or 5 other folks with them. Some of them snuck in like 6 or 7 people. So I was like, congratulations for cheating, because Solution Tree will count every person. But there are some bold folks that, try to sneak in an extra 1 or 2 folks into the training. But I'm so impressed by, and this is a testament to the work that's gone on in the district before. So there was already groundwork laid for PLCs. So this is just shoring up maybe some holes or some things that they were not exactly 100% sure about. So it's been reaffirming, and I think again, it's just been really nice to see how happy they are. You know, I'm surprised there's so many people there because it's summer, and this was not exactly the easiest year in education. So to see that we've had hundreds of people voluntarily showing up to this training is a testament to our principals, our teachers, some instructional coaches, because, you know, some of them brought their instructional coaches, but just really, really excited.
All right, thank you. Sounds like a lot of great things are happening, so I appreciate that. Thank you. So trustees, now is the time for us to ask questions on the current vision. Our goal tonight is monitoring and ensuring our reality matches the vision presented. So when asking questions, we should try to focus on the data presented, asking questions about who, what, why, and how. So trustees, yes, Trustee Hunter.
I have a win.
Go ahead.
So, thank you guys. I have a question, a comment, and then an encouragement. And I'm going to do it in the reverse order because I think the question probably will take longer to answer. So in encouragement, we see reduction in assessments. We said that last year and it was not true for all schools. Partway, a couple schools are like, no, we planned on that data, we need that data, right? But the word came down and kids heard one less test, but they still wind up taking that test. So if we say reduction in assessment for Austin ISD, it doesn't matter if you live east of 35 or west of 35, there's a reduction in assessments. And I'm really wanting us to make sure that that happens. The comment is, when I look at this data, one thing that I found really interesting, and Dr. Wilson, you almost went there. You did pull it up, you teased it out a little bit, is that when I look at every single category, and we're looking at African American, Hispanic, special education, emerging bilingual, all of that, right? Everybody has a set score, but within their own population, when you go one block over to students who are experiencing poverty, the scores plummet, except for one category, which is like from a 14 to a 13, which is not good, period. So this tells me the story that our children who are experiencing poverty are struggling academically. We already know that that's happening. What are we doing about it? That's part one. What is the implementation to better serve those students, right? The second question, this part of it, is when we see that our target is, say, 27, and we fall 15 points short, right? But next year it's supposed to be 35. What are we doing to ensure that we get closer to that new goal? So the first question is, how are we better going to serve our emerging bilingual students, white students, African American students, students receiving special education services who are experiencing poverty because they are academically not performing as well as their same population counterparts. And then when we fall short of our goal, now we're down 15 or 11, but the new goal is 10 or 15 more, how are we going to get closer to that new goal?
Yes. So I will say, we agree with your comment about if we are saying across the board that we are reducing assessments, that has to happen for all schools. And in the previous school year, we know that a lot of the TIP plans, inside of those plans, we had already tied that before the school year began, certain assessments for progress measures and checkpoints. So we will be more cognizant of that in the 23-24 school year. I will also say that we firmly believe that you cannot assess students to mastery. You have to teach them to mastery. And also, you cannot intervene your way out of an inconsistent or not so strong first teach. So our focus next school year, and it was very evident when you look at the Stetson reports and any other diagnosis or analysis or measures like that, that we have to focus on solid Tier 1 instruction, ensuring that we have a strong first teach. And with Susan, Dr. Diaz, and I this summer, we are excited about reimagining what that looks like. I specifically have met individually with about 50% of secondary principals so far, and I plan to meet individually with the remainder of secondary principals as we transition into the summer, hoping to end before we even move into Leadership Institute. And I will say that the answer is always in the room, and the adults within our district have the answer. The secondary principals were loud and clear. There were commonalities and trends that emerged from just the data that I collected. I feel like I was doing a dissertation again. Just coding and looking at the data that I've collected so far with that first 50%. And this is a mix of veteran principals, novice principals, principals on the east side, west area, south area. One of the trends that emerged was that they would like more time to work in leveled groups. So not so much so as learning communities, but high school principals with high school principals, middle school principals with middle school principals, especially when we already have that dedicated time, that we can reimagine that when we look at principals meetings for them to collaboratively with their peers and work out and tackle problems of practices and things of that nature to help strategize and to help collaborate on what works best for what they need to do in schools. Also, we are reimagining how we provide supports in academics. Principals have been loud and clear about a lot of teachers are new to the profession, and there has to be more intentional time spent in very dedicated spaces for just-in-time training or whatever it is, where teachers sit together that are in job alike, like-minded, same content area, course or prep, or same grade level, and they are able to preview curriculum units. They are able to preview the upcoming lessons and talk about the strategies, practice those strategies, get support in those areas, and that can look also be reflected in PLCs as well. So it doesn't necessarily mean going into an academic PD session, but in professional learning communities, just more time for them to control that agenda and to talk about those best practices and what works best. And then the third trend that emerged from meeting with secondary principals was just increased support and professional learning opportunities for teachers and admin and leaders. When we think about the blended learning model, post-pandemic, learning and instruction has looked totally different than when we first left pre-pandemic. And one of the things, and Trustee Hunter, you mentioned it earlier today, you said when there is joy, kids are going to show up. And we believe that that is also true for adults too. So when we think about the joy factor and what's missing in classrooms, when we think about post-pandemic, there is increased screen time with the Chromebooks, and there's increased screen time with students, and that's a good thing. Like, I'm happy that post-pandemic, everyone has one-to-one technology, but it also means there needs to be increased support and training strategically on the blended learning model. It's not the same as online learning. So when we make that distinction, we also have to provide the support and resources. We've already been in talks with our professional learning team about reimagining what that professional learning experience looks like in order to best provide. And this is just from principals. So imagine talking to teachers. Like, we have the answers.
And Trustee Hunter, just one quick follow-up. We talked about kind of the correlation when students are identified as economically disadvantaged. And you think about the budget that you are passing tonight, hopefully, cross your fingers. And we think about instructional coaches, in Title I, and, where do those students reside, right, in our community? Title I schools, many of them. We think about the weights that we have previously allocated for staffing, that those have been adjusted, right? We have small schools, that don't yield, more than, in some cases, one teacher per grade level. But now we have a minimum of two, right? When we say we're going to create a floor so that we have that collaboration at each grade level. And so I think what we're doing as an organization is totally aligning so that finance, operations, human capital, all of us understand the shared commitment to support instruction. And so that's just another way that kind of the dollars are flowing the way that they need to support this overall mission.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions? Yes, Secretary Boswell.
Thank you for this and for the data, which continues to be difficult, but also for a really rich conversation about looking for complex reasons for really complex problems and complex solutions to it. Greatly appreciate it. I have a question about, I pulled this same report from last year to see if I could see patterns in the schools last year and who was really doing well or really struggling, and whether there were similar patterns, and what I saw was all over the map, that there were schools that did exceptionally well last year, that have fallen behind, schools that have made amazing gains since last year, some who went way up last year, this year in English and way down in math. Like, it's all kind of all over the map. And I'm wondering if you have a sense of what we're seeing and why in that inconsistency among campuses, because we're seeing some really exciting things, a few really scary things. I would say by and large, like reading everywhere got much better. The math is a little more inconsistent. So do you have a sense of the complexity of what we're seeing and kind of what we need to be looking for and how you take that on?
So I would say that one thing for us to consider is that last year's testing calendar, if everyone remembers, students took MAP after STAR last year, and then that's an extra 9 weeks of instruction that students had in some of this content. That's also when we got a lot of let's talks from students of, why are you making me do this? I just finished STAR. But we gave MAP this spring, it was right after spring break. They came back, I think it was like 2 days later. Last year, they had a whole additional 9 weeks of instruction. And so I think it really depends on, were you on pace? Like, some of that is gonna impact, like, were you on pace in terms of your scope and sequence? Where did you start the year? Because we also tested a little bit later in the 21-22 school year at the beginning of the year. And this year we tested literally, I think it was the second week of school we started right away. It was really tight. So even the testing calendar and these 9-week gaps are going to really make a difference in how the outcomes look. And also student sort of self-efficacy of last year. Some of those campuses, like you said, it's all over the map. Like, I just finished STAR. Why are you making me do this? This year also, I just came back from spring break. Why are you making me do this? So there's all those little factors that are going to contribute. But I actually did the same thing to see, like, is there a pattern here? And in some places there is a pattern. Like, oh, this campus, it looks almost identical. And in other places there were like huge swings. It was all over the place.
And I also do think that it has to do with the testing calendar, along what Heather is saying, that we were over testing the kids. So it was 3 SCAs, 3 MAP tests, STAR, and then more MAP, so it was a lot. And so I think that, Angel and I have kind of talked about that this will allow us to focus on MAP. And again, it's not an excuse, but this initiative was rolled out during a pandemic, and it has passed hands many times. So we do have a plan for how to implement MAP with more fidelity, so we can get more reliable data, because sometimes we don't know if this is testing fatigue, is it just, kids clicking through because of fatigue and not setting up the right environments, or people, there's still some misconceptions about what is the purpose of this. So there's some relearning that we're gonna have to do, and we have a plan for that, and we actually added to have some extra PD days with the MAP consultants, so that way we can reimagine how we are going to re-roll this out. But again, I think what's going to make the data probably more consistent and more reliable than what we've seen in the past few years is going to be the fact that there aren't 6 assessments that we're asking them to do. So, this will make it easier to just say, it's not 6 tests and you're not doing these tests back to back to back. Instead, it'll be the main focus of, just how we're monitoring. Again, it's one point of data, or it's 3 points of data throughout the year. But, so, you have to be careful about how you look at it and how you use it. But we have been in talks about why the data has seemed inconsistent, and again, it's a complex problem, and there's lots of factors that are adding towards that.
Well, and I think, Dr. Diaz, one of the things that you just said is it's complex, and when you look at the data and you kind of, really try to understand, like, what is happening at a specific campus? Why did something change over the last year or 18 months? And there are multiple examples within AISD where once you begin to tug on that thread of discovery, you realize that there were multiple things that happened. In some instances, we had vacancies, and so classes had to be combined, and you had individuals, subbing or doing or teaching in an area where they're not necessarily as strong, or maybe where they should be better positioned because there's vacancies and we're making adjustments on the campus. Then you think about, the various leaders on the campus, assistant principals, if they're being pulled in different directions and they're not able to support staff, then what does that look like? And why do we have so many vacancies? Did we provide the principals with the right supports to make the decisions they needed to make early in the year? So, we get into the weeds of this, and I think what we often find is that it's a collective, like, ownership, like human capital, school leadership, finance, like all of these things, like, have a role and ultimately impact these numbers. So we're really trying to tell that story and really understand why each campus gets to where they are, and know that all of us have something to contribute to support success long term.
Well, thank you for that very much, the real complexity about it. And I think when we talk about our board retreat last Monday and a really strong interest in leaning into more meaningful monitoring reports, this is exactly what we were talking about in that room, is really saying it's not a simple problem with a simple solution, and you can't say more PLC will fix it. It's so much more than that. And yes, we need those systems and those best practices, and we know that there's so many other things happening. So I really appreciate the focus on this, and it's really exciting to imagine what you might be able to bring to us when this is the thought pattern. So really deeply, deeply appreciated. Thank you all for that. And thank you for the collaborative leadership about kind of realizing the answers are in the room. And I've been hearing from middle school principals specifically when they go to secondary meetings, the focus is so much on graduation, on these really profound high school needs. And that's the middle school story we hear forever, that it's kind of this forgotten place where the need is really so big and so different and so special. So thank you for that. I think that will lead to I think we need to lean into our middle schools in a really big way, in so many ways, with mental health, with academics, with joy, with all of it. So I'm excited to see where that leads. If Puppy Reading Day happens again, please let me know. I would love to come. It is a big deal, so I would love to be there. I think there may be some other trustees who might also like that. I will let them name themselves. And then I love the PBL camp and the joy and the parent reactions. Thank you for sharing some of that with us. I would love to see more of the responses you received. But really from the parents, from the kids, the enthusiasm, thinking about how that translates into families wanting to choose our schools, into kids being excited to show up every day, all these things that we know feed into that student's success.
And the students did say that they wished it was longer.
That's amazing. That's beautiful. That's camp, right? I wish camp was longer too. So I would love to know whether and how you plan to bring that PBL, make space for that during the school year, because I think there's a model that says we need to double block everyone and really drill down, or we can really trust what we say. We can actually do what we say, that we trust that when we have a rich learning environment, the other things will follow, that we know kids need to know how to do all these things, that strong teaching will lead to the right results. So I'd love to just hear a little bit more about the philosophy of whether and how that might make its way into the school year.
So the great thing about this experience was it gave our teachers, of course, they got top-notch training too, so they got the Buck Institute, which is the premier trainer of project-based learning. So we made sure they had the best they possibly could have, and they were able to go to 3 Saturdays of training, and at first people were not very excited about it, but then once the kids got there and the project started rolling, it was a little bit different experience for the teachers. But the great thing about that is it's an army of teachers that now have that training, and also they have access to a bank of already pre-made project-based lessons. So the unit is already designed for them. And some of our specialists attended alongside them. So this was our dipping our toe into it and thinking about ways that we can expose more teachers to this kind of learning, experiential learning. And then also with our central office folks also receiving that training and thinking about how can we start adding these kind of opportunities into the curriculum, which we have done a little bit of, but not on such a grand scale yet. And all of this just occurred, right? So it just happened. But those are things that the teachers were excited about. We had mentor teachers that are excited about it, and our ACSs are excited about it, and what the possibilities are for it in the future, and adding more of those kind of activities into the curriculum. So again, this was our first foray in it. And it was super positive, and so we are definitely going to look for ways to make that more of a norm than an exception.
Awesome, that is super exciting. So thank you, and to Trustee Hunter's point, and I think what a lot of us had talked about from the dais before, our goal is to have everyone's education be rich and ambitious and exciting and excellence everywhere, and really hope that this is a universal, not a you get it and you don't. You're allowed to not do it, that. And I want to have a shout out and some proof of concept. Travis Heights Elementary is in District 5. Travis Heights is 65% students from families with economic disadvantage. It's 41% emergent bilingual students. They have an A rating. They have an A in closing the gaps. They have an A in progress. They have a B in student achievement. And they move mountains to make sure that every kid in every grade has 2 major project-based learning experiences every year, 1 each semester. They have an amazing showcase where they share it with the community. I got to go this spring. It was incredible. The students were presenting. It was just this incredible richness. You look at that data, that's the kind of school that might lean heavily into test prep, but they're leaning heavily into project-based learning and getting all the other stuff done. So it's really clear that it can be done, and it's full of joy when it happens. So I'm so grateful for this, and really excited to see if what we value and believe, if you guys can make it real and it comes back to this. So thank you.
Trustee Kaufman.
Thank you. First, I just want to echo the positive comments and everything that's just been said. I appreciate that. I also want to commit to bringing my 4 dogs to our next board meeting so y'all can have dog therapy while we're here. Not the pig, just the 4 dogs. But I just have 2 quick questions. I really don't want them answered now, but I just want to ask for materials. One, I would really appreciate seeing what the written support or guidance plan is for teachers in middle school who are teaching students who literally can't read, right? So what is our approach when a student, whether they're in special education or whether they're a newcomer or whatever, if they are such that, not that they didn't pass STAR, right, but that you hand them a book and they cannot sound out the words, that type of can't read, right? And that's one challenge. We've kind of conflated those two, that not passing a high-level end-of-course exam on English 2 means you can't read, and that's the same as you pick up a book and you're illiterate. I would like to just make sure that I would like to know what our plan is that we're implementing in middle school for supporting teachers to create success for students who can't decode text. And then the other thing I'd like to request, since it's not really pertaining to this because it's elementary, but I appreciate the unit planning organizer that you'd share with us in the board update, and also that you shared in this packet. I would love to see the combined for dual language that has the unit planning organizer for dual language showing both the English unit and the Spanish unit and the parallel, right? So I'd like to see those parallels that you were saying that are allowing teachers to plan together, particularly for this third grade, the third grade one.
Absolutely.
Great,
And
thank you.
so part of it is that it's still currently writing those units.
Yes.
So the reason I included that one in there was because it was one of the most fleshed out ones. It was kind of a prototype that we worked with in the central office just to play around and make
Right,
sure
but-
that it worked.
Okay, and which is part of my concern, because if the prototype that's been fleshed out and developed is the English version, then that suggests to me that we're not planning carefully for dual language first, and then we're working backwards to ensure that it's working for English, but that we perhaps are still planning first for English and then handing it to bilingual teachers to say, please translate this. So that's why I'd really like to see the fleshed out protocol also, so I can just understand how that's playing out.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Yes, Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you. I'll bring my dogs, I guess, too, just because everybody's talking about it. So I had a couple of comments, and then I wanted to ask some questions. I wanted to thank Dr. Wilson for talking about PD being joyful, because I have definitely been to some that are not. and I think that absolutely, like I taught middle school, and you have to get them up and moving because they just go crazy if they sit for a very long time. And I would go to tons of PDs for adults where we were being instructed on tactics, your tools to use with middle school children, but they were not being used on us, and people were nodding off. And I think that they should be modeling all the time, and so I agree with that. I do also appreciate the emphasis on the learning being blended, like truly blended. And I do think that well, actually, I'm going to return to that. I'm going to back up one thing really quickly. I also really liked the discussion around PBL. During the pandemic, I taught it lively and under Dr. Holliday. And one of the things that she did that I really, really liked was during hybrid teaching, she used our Fridays as a PBL day, and it took a ton of work to do it. But students that needed intervention were given opportunities for intervention for half of the day on Friday, and the other half of the day, based on their choice, they were put into a content area where they could engage in a content-specific PBL. And it took a ton of intentionality, like a ton. And she had to constantly, I'm sure, and her admin team, find where students were at to be able to give an updated schedule every single Friday. That was a lot of work, but kids loved it. They were the ones that were there in person with us doing the PBLs. They loved Fridays. Like, it was their favorite day of the week, understandably, because they had all that time as middle schoolers to get up, to move, to engage in content that they themselves had selected. So building that into the normal instructional day, I think, is wonderful. Hopefully we can do that. I did want to go back to what I said about blended learning and it being truly blended, and just to emphasize the amount of time that it takes to plan instruction like that, to find materials, teaching again through online learning. I became a web designer temporarily because I had to learn how to code and put it onto the blend page, and then it's too much, right? But it takes a lot of work. And so when I look at the unit plan that you provided in the board update, I know that as an experienced teacher, and I'm sure Dr. Diaz, as you were as someone of 17 years, you can take that and very quickly start to envision instructional materials that kids will use that are in line with the directions that are in that plan. But my concern is, are those materials going to be provided along with this unit plan? Or is the expectation that the unit plan then goes to like a PLC at a campus, and then they reference that and then build out the instructional materials themselves? Because when I think back, when I first started teaching in the district, my PLC had a teacher that had been teaching for 46 years and a couple that had been teaching for 20-something years, and that was just my PLC in my department. So there were years of experience. But if I think about that same department now, the most experienced teacher has been teaching for 5 years. And so the process to go from a unit plan to then bringing all of those instructional materials to life, it's a lot more difficult. And so when I think about the number of first-year teachers that are going to be entering next year, and how they would use this unit plan and turn it into instruction, I'm concerned with getting from what I see before me, point A, to then point B into the classroom in front of children. So could you elaborate on that?
So yes, I can. So again, there are 3 levels to the curriculum. The first one is going to be the year at a glance. The second one is the unit that you're looking at. But then the next piece of it, the next layer, is going to be lesson level resources. So there's going to be 3 documents that are interwoven together. So again, the idea is if you've got a PLC that's got somebody with 48 years of experience and 28 years, they may just need the unit to go off of and pull resources that they've used in the past. But if they're not at that level, then there's one level deeper in the curriculum for them to go to that will be aligned to the resources and have lessons for them to modify or use as is. And also we know, I know that any kind of curriculum document can be obtuse. That's why it was very important for us to have teachers doing this work alongside us instead of something that we just invent and then surprise, here's a new curriculum every year. So we knew that we needed to have the teachers alongside us because I have worked with many different type of curriculum, and if you don't understand how it was designed, then you might have the propensity to turn away from it. So it was very important for us to involve teachers because we see the teachers as being part of the co-construction of the resources, but also the ambassadors that will be able to go back to the campus and explain all of the elements and what can be done with each section of the curriculum documents.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation of how the materials themselves are scaffolded for teachers. That was exactly my concern. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other trustees have questions or oh yes, Trustee Sabata.
Thank you for your presentation and everyone's comments. So I guess my question is, I know there's a lot of work our staff do to prepare for our students' success, but how do they communicate with parents to help them reinforce what the expectation is of what, for the students so that parents can help? Because I think that's a piece that's missing, that we give students things. I remember back in the days when all those students would get a planner, right? The teacher would write the assignments on there, and that's the way we were able. I would have my kids read me every day what their teacher wrote, everything, and then I'd have my husband review it, make sure they told me everything, But there was a way to communicate and know what was going on, and I knew what I needed to do to make sure that they did their homework and that they needed this or that. So where is the piece to communicate to parents for reinforcement? Because I think that's very important to this work.
So I can speak to the fact that, having recently come off a campus, people were still using planners. People are still having students write down, here's what the assignment is. I think the challenge there is out of the pandemic came some good and also came some struggles. And so with everybody putting everything up on Blend, our learning management system, for a while, many teachers moved away from that because it's in Blend and parents can log into Blend and see it there. That's one of those practices that some people unintentionally abandon. And others have brought back the planners. Others have said, I'll take a screenshot of what's in Blend for the week and send it out in my weekly email or my paper newsletter, whatever it is. But I think that is a pain point. I know as a mom, who, may or may not have someone who's going to tell me what he's actually learning at school. I have to go in there and hunt and peck and see, like, is this what you're doing? And that's not what you told me you're doing. So I don't think you know what's actually going on in the class. So I think that is something that I also want to give campuses the freedom to do what works for them, and teachers the freedom to do what works for them. Because whenever we say it has to be this way, there's a teacher who's like, but I found this great other way and it really works for me, and I get really good results for it. And a principal who says, I've learned in my community, this is the best way. We have to send paper newsletters. Paper newsletters really work here. So a lot of that is campus specific and teacher specific, but I think as a trend, we got away from this idea of everybody's writing in a planner. Just because it was the pandemic and we didn't hand out planners because it was one more thing we were going to touch and disinfect.
No, freedom is good. We want them to be able to have that freedom, but just to have that expectation of accountability that there is some form of communication with the parent. For example, for many years we would get the test scores. Well, I didn't know what the test scores meant, but I just looked for the A's and the B's. And so when we started learning about the test scores and how even though my daughter was doing straight A's, she was a whole year behind. So, so we don't know that. And so even if we get the information in writing, it doesn't mean that we interpret it correctly. And so, and especially if we're looking at moving the numbers up and with students in poverty, that's the people we need to be able to take time and do some workshops. And, that's what it took for us, to have a workshop on how to understand the test scores. What's the difference with the A's and the B's and the test scores from the state? We're not taught that. We're just asked for fundraisings, or let's raise some more money and more money. But it's important to engage the parent early so that they know, instead of after the fact when they get the report card and say, why did my child get an F? How come nobody told me? Because I hear it so much. Blend is good, but I'm still not technology savvy, and I won't be. It's too late for me, So I can only do YouTube, So, but that's reality, It's just really difficult, and so I just want to bring some attention to that. Also, how also, what other supports are you working with internally that is there for them after school? Because part of what we learned during that process is a lot of kids just went home and sat down and watched TV because there's no money to do anything. And so that's where we created Primetime, to be an enrichment opportunity, not tutoring, but something they've always dreamed of doing, and they would love, and then they love coming to school because of that after-school program. And it was tied to your reading or math or whatever the goal of that campus. So it has to be holistic, and extended for the population we're talking about, because they don't get it. We don't get it in the classroom. We'll get it probably playing basketball, learning the distance shots, and the measurement of the court and all that, and then they understand math is important and started getting more attention to math and reading and those kinds of things. So, so I just wanted to ask you if that's what you're thinking around that in the extended learning day.
I think I think that you've given me a great idea. And it's one of them, well, actually, you gave me a couple of great ideas. One of them would be the idea that maybe we can work with our family support specialist and our other parent support specialists, because we have different kind of incarnations of them throughout the district, in regards to maybe giving them some information about the curriculum, giving them information about how to read assessment data, giving them some tools to advocate for their students. So I love that suggestion, and Dr. Wilson and I can work, again, this is a whole system of people working together. And so working on prime time would be another connection with Dr. Williams, but definitely something that we can explore our enrichment activities for after school.
Absolutely. And in talking with Councilmember Fuentes, those are the kind of things they're starting to look at too. Because I've been visiting after-school programs, and they're good programs, but I don't know how they're linked to some of the things that we're talking about in our scorecards. And I think they could be and should be and can be very effective. It's fun just to do, because I remember when I was doing prime time at Aikens High School, I organized it, and I had 160 kids. Everybody thought it was impossible. Nobody wants to stay after school in high school. But everybody was into anime art. And I had 60 kids in that one class. So there's ways to bring them, and just got, that whole group just got really close, and they did all kinds of stuff together with anime art. So I think this can really inspire a lot of our kids to get deeper and to own their education, where we begin to connect some of the programs that we have available to us. And then I just want to give a shout out to Karina Noriega. She is the director of the Victory Tutoring Program, who last year brought the dogs program to our summer job program.
That was our dog hookup. She's a good friend of mine from the Valley.
Yes.
She's one of my best friends.
Well, and then she brought it to our backpack big kickoff for AISD. But that is so working, because so many of our kids just they love dogs, and if they want to read it, they're going to learn to read to their dog, Forget reading to mom, they want to read to their dog. And so whatever works, we got to meet them where they are. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, trustees, in the interest of time, I'm just going to, you okay? We move on? Thank you. So thank you all very much. Great presentation. So before we vote on the consent agenda, the board, and I'm really sorry to all the people that are here waiting, but the board will convene briefly in executive session to discuss one of the agenda items. Council, do I need to name which agenda item it is? Okay. And this is pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074 and 551.071. So thank you. We'll be back as quickly as we can. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We are back in open session at 11:57 p.m. So we will now move to the consent agenda. Before we move forward, I would like to announce that the administration added 3 separate consent agenda items that were not part of the information session. These are 11.16 through 11.18 board resolutions to accept grants from the Office of the Governor. These were added as updated guidance from the Office of the Governor, necessitated the board including these as individual approval items to allow AISD to submit grant applications. So the administration requests to remove and not vote on 2 consent agenda items. Items 13.5, proposed termination of professional employees during a probationary contract, and item 13.6, proposed termination of professional employees during a term contract. The items are not necessary as we no longer have proposed terminations. Trustee Whitley-Chu, do you have an item you wish to pull and discuss for separate vote?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 11.4.
Okay, great. Trustees, are there any other consent items anyone would like to pull for a separate vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Item 15.4.
Okay, 15.4. Okay, cool. All right, so.
Oh, was there?
Oh,
It's already separate vote.
Oh, yeah, you're right. 15.4.
Oh, 3 and 4.
And
Yes.
15.1.
And 15.1 is already pulled. So
Thank you.
we're good. Okay, so, we only have one that hadn't already been scheduled for a separate vote, and that's 11.4. So let's see, Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, I move to approve items 9.1 to 9.3, item 10.1, items 11.1 to 11.3, item 11.5 to 11.18, item 12.1 through 12.2, item 13.1 through 13.4, and items 14.1 through 14.2.
Okay, great. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so is there any discussion on any of the consent items?
I have a question on 11.16 and 11.17.
Okay. You can ask.
Oh, I'm sorry. On 11.16, only the resolution was available in our packet. Are there any contingencies in the grant that AISD PD would be obligated to?
When you say contingencies, like additional costs that might be incurred?
No. Is there anything that AISD Police Department will be required to do if they were called? There's not a contingency that says if called upon, you would come and, like, they couldn't be seconded or anything like that?
Correct, correct, yes. So one of the things that we did is we worked with Chief Sneed as well as Michelle Wallace to identify any constraints around the grant. It's really, truly to provide that resource at the expense of the governor's office.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And then on the truancy prevention program, are these funds dedicated for specific prevention initiatives, or could they be used to hire graduation coaches?
The current plan is that it would support 6 campus-based case managers that will identify and support 450 chronically absent students.
Okay, so then it's dedicated?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve consent items 9.1 through 9.3, 10.1, 11.1 through 11.3, 11.5 through 11.18, 12.1 through 12.2, 13.1 and to 13.4, and 14.1 through 14.2. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And I don't know if we still have Trustee Lugo on. Do you know? Okay. All right, so we will now move to those items that have been pulled from the agenda. And we only had one of those, and that was 11.4, related to the Family Resource Centers. Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion?
Is there anyone who would like to make a motion?
Yeah, anyone would like to make a motion on 11.4?
Because I know we've considered.
For purposes of moving us along,
Yeah.
I move for the acceptance of 11.4.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so having a motion by Vice President Foster and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve 11.4. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Kaufman.
Well, I just want to be clear that there were a lot of comments that said a lot of different things. I just want to be clear that what the item states is that the Board of Trustees approve Austin Voices for Education and Youth and Communities and Schools as independent vendors to operate and support Austin ISD Family Resource Centers. Am I correct in that it does not in here state that a contract will be given to either one or the other or both? It says that we are authorizing them both as vendors. Is that correct? Or is there something in here saying that we are voting to actually give a contract and fund one organization?
So the intent of the agenda item is for the administration to enter into negotiations with both vendors to support family resource centers. One of the things that I always caution the board when, not caution the board, but as part of practice, in any contract, there could be the instance where the negotiation doesn't finalize. This happens from time to time. So I don't want to make the presumption that we will get to a contract because it takes both sides to negotiate. But this is to enter into negotiations, but the intent would be to enter negotiations with both parties and to have both parties support family resource centers.
Okay. So I would just note that based upon my own reading and based on the calls that we received, I do have many concerns just around how this particular RFP played out, both with how it was written and how the, some confusion around some of the scoring. So I would just want to just note that I have concerns about the process that was followed here.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Trustee Whitley Chu.
Yes, so I also want to echo your Trustee Kaufman's concerns about some of the scoring and, also looking at, so when we're looking at our vendor capabilities, we have a vendor who has been doing this work in our community for years and years. And we have another vendor who's been also doing great work in our schools. I've had the opportunity to work with CIS when I was at Pierce, and our kids loved them, and the staff loved them as well. They did, a great job working with our students. We have, Austin Voices that have been in these schools and built community and built relationships with our community that's long-lasting. That's, I am concerned about a quick switch at the beginning of the school year, or even like how that would affect our schools, our community, and that doesn't, with a partner who's a wonderful partner but doesn't have that particular experience. So here we have like the option of voting yes or voting no on this item. So I'd like to hear about what considerations will be made with what services and who's providing services to our schools next year if we approve both of these vendors.
Christine, we're okay so far?
I mean, I think you can speak to just the process and what happens. It's kind of like what you were speaking to with regard to Trustee Kaufman's question. Is what will be the next steps?
Okay. So, Trustee Whitley Chu, what will occur moving forward is I'll reach out to both vendors. I myself, the superintendent's office, will do this. We will develop a negotiation schedule. Our goal, as it needs to be, is to arrive at an agreement sooner than later. Right? We want to make sure that our school communities are supported when they start the school year, and certainly recognize that any disruption is an impact, and we want to minimize that and plan around that if it occurs. So what we will do is develop a negotiation schedule. I'll meet with both of the parties, both of the vendors, have conversations around the elements of the proposal, the alignment with our school needs, understand where the opportunities exist for a collaborative partnership for not only this year but future years, and then begin the negotiation. So that process will be collaborative. My hope is that it is an expedited process, and the superintendent's office will be overseeing it.
Trustees, any other questions or comments?
I have a comment and then a question. Understanding that when we're expending public funds, we need to have a routine process to go through to reconsider partnerships and vendors and make sure that we're using the funds. This process exists for a reason. That we also know there are disruptions when longstanding relationships are disrupted. I think we saw that with the Vita Clinic that we still haven't bounced back from as a recent example. And that when we have these processes, we need to be able to trust really clearly that the processes have been properly implemented, that they meet, that it matches the criteria that were put out in our RFPs. And I think there are some concerns. So I think my question is, if we were to vote no, would that jeopardize services that our families and students have come to rely on? Kind of what, at this point in the year, when plans are being made for August 14th, and even before, kind of what position does that put our families and our students in?
Yes, Trustee Boswell. There would be a disruption. We would, our standard process has been that we bring, agenda items and contracts to the board for approval that would allow us to enter into negotiations. And so because of that, there hasn't been contact with any of the vendors, up until this point. But I also acknowledge that, we have to do our best about limiting any disruptions as we move forward. A no vote essentially would either require us to go back and recompete. And traditionally that's a 60-day time frame from market to board. When I say market, I mean releasing the RFP into the market. And that would obviously move into the school year. So that would be an area of concern. And we'd want to limit that. And there may be ways to kind of mitigate that, but that would be the first step, would be essentially going back to the proposal process.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions from trustees, comments? Oh, Trustee Hunter?
Okay, sure. I wanted to thank Trustee Kaufman for reading and kind of recentering us, and thank Trustee Boswell for reminding us why we sit here at midnight thinking about these sorts of issues. I've had to make a leap from advocate to board member. And advocacy, you always want to serve, you always want to fix, you always want to do those things. I'm bound by the state of Texas to do only so much. That is the hardest thing for me to do. And in this particular item, I've volunteered, I've served, I've worked with all these groups, and so I have a heart to want to serve, right? But what I'm called to do tonight is to turn it over to our administration so that they can do their work. And so when I speak with my advocacy friends, and they're like, well, why can't you, why can't you? And I think that's something I really want to help our community understand more, is though we have some sway in certain situations, we are limited in what we can and can't do. We are not all powerful. I wish that were the case, because then I can make money rain, right? We could do those sorts of things. We can't do that. So thank you again, Trustee Kaufman, for reminding us what we're supposed to be doing. And at the end of the day, our goal is to serve families and to serve children. And in this instance, that's turning over negotiations to our administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. Vice President Foster?
Sure, I just wanted to, in advance of all of our future conversations, really just acknowledge the deep respect for communities and schools and the deep respect for Austin Voices in Education and Youth. I bet, I'd be willing to almost bet money that there's not a person on the dais that hasn't personally worked with, volunteered with, been in service to, and been empowered to been put in a position to do great things because of the existence of these two organizations. I mean, I've sat on strategic planning for probably both of them. We were deeply involved in these organizations, and there's much love and much respect. And however things turn out tonight, we have some work to do in terms of correcting our processes, tightening ourselves up. It hasn't gone smoothly. And the most disconcerting point of the evening for me was any hint of, well, this organization, well, that organization, which overwhelmingly public commenters did not go there. People offering public comment passionately said, this is why I think it should be like this. And there was very little of it's because they're not as good as us. But we invited that. And the community didn't take the bait. They wanted to stay ethically above board in preservation of our community. So I'm so proud of the public commenters and the way they brought really important points to the fore, but did it in a way that was fully gracious. So we have some work to do on our side. One of the things that I've been doing is looking at policy, and for us, we have CHE Local, which says where our room is. And what I've now learned is that we have standard operating procedures around talking to vendors that aren't aligned with our policy, which is to say policy says you can't talk. Vendors and folks can't talk except in certain conditions. And included in the certain conditions are negotiation over the scope of work, clarification, evaluation of bidder's proposal, engaging contract negotiations. So there was actually room for conversations to be had 2 weeks ago when this first came up as an information session item, but our regs, our standard operating procedure, wasn't in alignment. Now we're talking about thousands of pages worth of documentation, so it's hard to find what's not in alignment until you find what's not in alignment. We have now found something not in alignment. So from a policy committee standpoint, we have work to do. I just wanted to make clear our love for these organizations and make clear how proud I am of the community, and then make clear that we have work to do, however this vote turns out.
Thank you, Trustee Foster. Anyone else? So, did you have a comment? Okay.
Sorry to speak again, but I just wanted to echo the appreciation for the organizations. I also want to just echo the appreciation for all the speakers tonight, especially those who have been both lifted up by the organizations and also those who have been serving the organizations. It's great when we see our parents involved and becoming, parents being served and then developing servanthood for others. And so I think it's just a really powerful thing. But I just want to echo again the importance that I personally, and I believe my colleagues on the dais agree, that our partnerships, our community partnerships are extremely important to us and very valuable. And I think that along with many other areas where our district has to continue to self-examine where we've broken trust or where we've lost trust, is to recognize that we have community organizations in this community who we have broken trust with in the past. And to just think of that as we pursue things like this, to recognize that that just like the trust with our students and the trust with our employees and the trust with our families, that the trust with our community partners is really essential. So I just, I'd like to think that we're going to move forward, however we do this, with an eye towards really honoring and valuing that and fixing any kind of broken trust that we have. But thank you, CIS, thank you, Austin Voices, and thank you everybody who spoke tonight.
All right, thank you. And I just want to go ahead.
I also want to acknowledge the role of our city and county in sharing this work with us, that the success of our students is the success of our community, and that in addition to all of our community partners, this is one of many places where our other local governments lean in with us. So.
I see Trustee Lugo on the screen, but I just want to double check. Trustee Lugo, are you there? And did you have a comment? No? Okay, maybe it's just leftover residual. So I'll make a comment. Trustee Zapata, did you have a comment? You're looking, okay, just making sure. So this is actually one of the more difficult votes, I think, and I wasn't expecting that. And I think in my mind, first of all, I think there really do need to be some more clarity in the actual RFPs, because some of the terms can be interpreted different ways, and so I understand some of the questions and comments that we heard today from people about and I've heard over the past couple of days about experience in the development of an FRC, and so I'm a little bit hung up on that part of this. At the same time, I have to really think about, my vote is not like for this organization or that organization, it's for the kids, and at the end of the day, I think that's what my vote is going to reflect, and I just, I have confidence that the administration is not going to interrupt work that has been successful, however this vote turns out tonight, but we want to continue building on and what we have in our schools, and both of these organizations have done so much for our community, especially through COVID, and I just appreciate it deeply. And so that's my comment there. So at this point,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I want to address other concerns that were brought up by people, and so I just wanted to verify with Superintendent Segura that through the process, despite whatever flaws there may have been in the process, that we're confident that there were no conflicts of interest that entered into this, either perceived or actual, that would have interfered with a fair and balanced choice.
So I know how I feel about it. I guess I wanted Christina to just, okay.
I don't think we need to name any. I just want just confirmation that we have, that you have considered all of the various possibilities of conflict of interest, and that you're confident that the right people are making the decisions that wouldn't then create that perception that there may have been a conflict.
So, Trustee Kaufman, I take conflict of interest very seriously. I will tell you that after reviewing the documents, I feel confident that that wasn't introduced in this process. But I do agree that there are many areas for improvement in the process, and we will address those moving forward.
Thank you. And then I just want to clarify that if I were to vote yes on this, that I'm not necessarily saying that any funding is going to go to either one, that it's just like some of the other things that we've recently approved, where we approved 15 different vendors, and the administration chose 3 to purchase materials from. And so by selecting these 2, we're still creating space for the administration to make a decision about based on negotiations, of what the best approach is to maintain these FRCs with the available people.
That's correct.
Okay, so we're giving you the flexibility to do that.
The authorization to negotiate, correct, based on the needs of the campuses and our students.
Okay, so we're not guaranteeing either all or nothing goes to either, like that's going to be, there's a variety of outcomes. They could be one vendor, could be 2, or it could be the other vendor. We're not voting to say any of those options.
Right now, no trustee. Y'all are voting to allow the administration to enter into negotiations with 2 vendors for these services.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to vote. Okay, having a motion by Trustee Foster and a second by, I think it was Trustee Zapata, is that correct? To approve item 11.4. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. All those opposed? Okay. So the motion passes with 7 approving and 1 opposing. So the motion passes. Thank you. Now I'm going to move on to, yes, thank you, the next item that was pulled from hold on, let me go back to my script here. I'm just gonna look at your script. What do I do? Okay. Tell me where we are. I'll find it. I'll find it. Don't worry. Sorry, we have lots of paper up here.
Yes. I think we're right here on number 15.
Number 15.
Page 21.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Okay, apologies for that. So, Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion to approve items 15.1 and 15.2?
Yes, I move to approve item 15.1, approval of an interlocal agreement between the University of Texas at Austin and Austin ISD for district access to national interest networks, and 15.2, memorandum of understanding between Austin ISD and the University of Texas Principal Residency Program.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say that it was the National Internet Networks.
Oh, intranet,
Yeah.
not interest.
For
Thank
sure.
you.
No worries. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So trustees, is there any discussion on any of these items? Okay. So having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve item 15.1 and 15.2, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay. Those opposed? Those abstaining. Okay, we have 2 abstentions, Trustee Kaufman and Trustee Foster abstaining, but the motion does pass. Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion to approve items 15.3 and 15.4?
In a minute, yes, we will. Yes, I move to approve item 15.3, approval of an interlocal agreement between Austin Community College and Austin ISD for Federal Work Studies Student Employment Program benefiting avid students at Austin ISD, and 15.4, MOU with Austin Community College Teacher Residency Partnership.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Trustees, is there any discussion on any of these items? All right. Having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve items 15.3 and 15.4, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. Those opposed? Anyone abstaining? Okay, we have 1 abstention, Trustee Hunter, but the motion passes. Items for separate vote. Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion to approve 16.1?
Yes, I move that the Board of Trustees adopt the fiscal year 2024 budget as presented in the attachment to the agenda item, which includes approval of general fund expenditures totaling $1.82 billion, food service fund expenditures totaling $45.5 million, debt service fund expenditures totaling $236.5 million, and an appropriation of approximately $53 million from the general fund's fund balance, including $19.6 million offset by ESSER. Reserves to cover anticipated shortfalls due to proposed budget investments. The district also acknowledges that the state of Texas may hold upcoming special legislative sessions that could require an amendment to our budget and expenditures, and during the fall, that those changes may be accounted for in this budget or may necessitate an amendment.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Was that Trustee Kaufman? Okay, great. Okay, so just trustees, is there any discussion on this item? Yes, Trustee Zapata.
As we heard earlier in testimonies about the need for our athletic trainers, it's so critical for our schools to start with them. You know, it's been, some of our schools have had challenges getting students interested, and there's been an effort to really get more students to participate. But, and then on the other side, we're saying, well, we want them to participate, but we're not going to protect them. So I am really would like us to see about that 3% cost that was shared earlier, if we could reallocate that for hiring of some more trainers for our campuses. If we can make that amendment.
So are you making a motion or?
Well, I guess I'll need to make it in a motion, yes. I would like to make a motion to make that change from what was it called? The funding,
I'm going to
the compensation
for
funds.
just a second
Okay.
because I believe our board council has something to say.
Okay.
So you have a motion on the table to approve the agenda, with the caveat that was explained. And so if you would like to make a motion to amend that motion to approve the budget with this additional caveat, and I'll probably need you to restate it. So you can make a motion to amend the current motion, right? So if that's what you want to
Okay.
do.
Yes.
And you just say how you would like to amend the current motion.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to amend the motion to reallocate the 3% compensation staff. I don't know how else to identify that population, but the ones that were getting the 3%, to reallocate those funds to be able to hire more of the athletic trainers for our campuses. Is that correct?
If that's what you want your motion to be, then yeah, it's correct. And then
Okay.
you just need a second, and then the board will take a vote on whether to amend the motion as you described.
Okay.
And you may need discussion on it, if you choose.
Okay. So thank you, Trustee Zapata, for raising that. So Trustee Zapata has made a motion to amend the current motion to not give the 3% raise to that.
AP 13s and above.
AP 13s and above, and instead reallocate those funds to fund more athletic trainers. Is that correct? Okay. So is there a second?
Excuse me, Presidency. Are we allowed to have discussion about this before we vote on the whether or not the motion is seconded, or do we have to have the vote for the second first and then we discuss?
I think you need a second before you engage in discussion.
Okay, then I second.
Okay. Great. So we have a motion by Trustee Zapata, a second by Trustee Gonzalez. Is there discussion? Yeah. Did you have a
question?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
go for it. No,
Trustee
no.
Gonzalez. I just need to clarify again, it was a long time ago. It's around 9 o'clock. This is one of those 6 in one hand, half a dozen in that. Did you say that this group did not receive a raise last year?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Gonzalez?
So to clarify, I guess, what Trustee Zapata is asking about, Trustee Zapata is asking to delay the raises for the 3% raise for P13 as though the hiring of the athletic trainers was going to be delayed. Is that what we're saying? That I know that the dollar amount of those two is not equivalent.
Correct.
But it's my understanding that Trustee Zapata is asking if, rather than delaying the hiring of athletic trainers, we delay the 3% raise and instead go ahead with the hiring of the athletic trainers. Is that what I'm understanding, Trustee Zapata?
Yes.
That's correct?
Thank
Okay.
you.
And so there. Go ahead.
Could the administration talk about the feasibility of that?
So my first thought on this is that they're not equal amounts. And so if this were to be explored, we have to identify, of the $200,000 plus or minus, how many of the 6 remaining trainers would you be able to fund? It wouldn't be all of them. It'd be 2, maybe 3. I'd have to get the final numbers from human capital. I think in budgeting processes, it's always preferable to do compensation and raising and any increase in compensation all at one time. As I said before, I am very confident that we'll be able to get those trainers. Right now, we're just stuck between a rock and a hard place because of where we are with the state legislature and some variables that have yet to settle. But as I said before, it's a commitment from the administration to make sure that we get those trainers on those campuses. We do view it as a safety concern. But I don't know retroactively if the opportunity truly exists to add a raise mid-budget cycle for that category group. I just, in practice, don't know how realistic that is, just being honest. I don't know if that's helpful.
Thank you. That's helpful. Did you have another question or anything?
I do. I don't actually know who these people, I don't want like names, but I don't actually know what an AP 13 or 16 is. I probably should, but I just don't.
So there was a conversation, I think in March or April, we talked about what AP 12 and 13, and it ends up being the executive director level. So executive directors in the organization are those, many of them are those that supervise principals. We also have them within the administration. And so they are supervisory, they lead a lot of the work, they are the connection between strategy and implementation in many cases, and are very, very important. So that's where that line is. Above that would be your assistant superintendents and chiefs. And there aren't many of them, which is why that dollar amount is small relative to the total budget. But we are always competing for individuals in all job categories. And so I do want to acknowledge that point that was made earlier, that there hasn't been a compensation adjustment for that group for a little while now. And again, it's something that we have to consider as we move forward, building up the teams. And over the course of the last year, we have had many vacancies. We are in the process of trying to staff up. So it would be something else I'd have to consider as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez?
Sure. There were vacancies at the executive director level?
Oh, we've had there have been vacancies everywhere. Yes, absolutely. And so I don't have the exact number of executive directors within the organization. In school leadership alone, just the ones that oversee principals, there were 9. We've actually added one to support middle schools or support secondary to provide additional support to middle schools. But again, we have them in operations. For instance, we have an executive director of transportation that oversees 600 bus drivers and transportation folks. We have executive director of service center, which oversees plumbers, electricians, and there's 300 individuals there. So those would be in that same category as well. So we do have them throughout the organization, and that's generally the level that they reside at.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Boswell.
I have a question for Mr. Ramos. What would the impact, if we were to amend the motion further what would the impact be of maintaining the 3% raise and moving the athletic trainers from a deferral to a now on the degree to which we need to go into our reserves and on our fund balance for this year, and kind of projecting out how much more difficult would it be to kind of find the savings for the budget as a whole?
So my recommendation, based on your comments, Trustee Boswell, would be to adopt the budget as proposed, and then in August come back with an amendment to reduce our expenditures by $500,000 so that we can move forward now with hiring the trainers. And so if you give me a month, I can find $500,000 in our budget.
Thank you.
So Ed, not to kind of push that a little bit, but based on timing, given the dollar amount and the fact that we would still have to go through the process of interviewing, identifying, hiring, those individuals couldn't, in many instances, not even come on board until after that amendment even occurred.
So we don't have to begin the process after we approve the amendment. We can begin the process earlier because we can't overspend as a district by function. We're just starting the fiscal year, so that there's no way that's going to happen. But knowing that we have to find $500,000 so that we can begin the process of hiring the 6 trainers, that gives us the time that we need to dive further into the budget, which we're already going to do July, August, September. And so by doing that, we'll bring we'll bring our first budget amendment to the board in August instead of October, just specifically addressing the $500,000 for the trainers.
Yes, Trustee Sabata.
Well, some of the callers had said that they already had candidates ready to go, and they were going to have to call them back. So, so we would still have to wait till October to hire?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
So if the board gives us a direction to bring back an amendment in August, we could begin the hiring process now, because by the time we hire these trainers, they would hit the new fiscal year, and then we would find the $500,000 to make sure that again, it's a budget neutral item for us, and so that would be the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
If that would be the board's preference. If we delay a pay raise, it's my understanding that we can't retro a pay raise, so we could only give a pay raise from the date that it's approved. And so if we wait till September, the pay raise would only be effective September and forward. We couldn't retro it back to July 1.
That's a good point.
Well, it's like, right now, we have only 2 of the 8 that were going to be hired, right?
Correct.
And so what's the difference of hiring 3 more with this 3%? Even though we can't do the 6, but at least we'll be able to cover more schools.
So in looking back at the figures, it's closer to 500. So the 3% raise was more expensive than what I thought. It's not 250, it's closer to 500, $500,000. So it would cover the 6.
Okay. So then that's my recommendation. I would still want to do that. Thank you.
Can we check on what the motion was? Was it really, is the motion stated as, well, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. I had understood it initially to be, can we look for cost savings from the AP 13 to 16? And that would be cost savings for the year, which would free us up to fund those positions now, and would ultimately help us to address the cuts that we need to make ultimately. So that's kind of how I understood it. And I would like to, I am torn on that idea, but I do think that when we're making some really, really hard decisions right now, I think that when we look back to the consultation agreement, I think a healthier consultation agreement would not have included the 3% for AP 13 through AP 16 at the time if we knew that we weren't getting state funds, because now we are making the decision giving someone currently making $200,000 a $6,000 raise versus, so I just want to put that in context. I value the work that our executive directors and higher do. I appreciate the market that we're in, where they could go somewhere else and potentially do the same work for more money. But at a certain point, it's not all about money. At a certain point, it's about your commitment to a district and the children that it serves. And at a certain point, even though all of us can always use more money, everyone can look and say, like, wow, if I could get paid more, then I would be able to do X, Y, or Z. But we just made a big deal out of providing a $4 an hour raise for people who are currently making $16,000 a year to allow them to make $20,000-ish, 16 to 21 or something like that. And at the same time, we're handing out $6,000 raises and $4,000 raises to people making $130,000. So I think, but we had the consultation agreement, and there's an expectation that we're going to provide that. So I think that that's another challenge with it. At the same time, there's a commitment that we said that we're going to hire athletic trainers. And so at some point, we are going to have to renege on some of our commitments and some of our promises. But yes.
So, Trustee Coleman, I appreciate those comments. The one thing I want to understand is we brought a budget to the board 2 weeks ago. That was a recommended budget. We got feedback from the board to reduce that budget. And we got that feedback through an information session and based on tables that we received from many of y'all. And so we came back with a budget that's lower than what we've actually felt comfortable bringing forward. So my question to Ed is, why is it not simply just adding the $500,000 back, because we are actually still going to be less than the budget that was brought forward 2 weeks ago and a month ago? And so I guess that would be my question to Ed.
So we can do that. We would just need to adjust the final motion.
Okay, so I would like to just speak in favor of continuing to honor the commitment we made through the consultation agreement that includes the pay raise that everyone is expecting at this time. I would like us to continue in the future, however, to continue looking for ways that we can flatten the organization and have a less six-figure salaries and support more people at the five-digit salary. And I would also like to advocate for also maintaining that commitment to the trainers if possible for safety concerns.
Does that?
Yes.
So I just want to clarify, so the budget that was presented to us tonight is a little lower.
It's a little lower
than what we saw 2 weeks ago.
Correct.
So if we added the athletic trainers in tonight, we would still be lower
Lower.
than we were 2 weeks ago.
Correct. That is a true statement.
Fascinating.
We take feedback, we make adjustments, we forgive it, so that's so yes, that opportunity still exists. Right, it would be an amended motion to add that back into the budget.
Okay, so well, the condition, here's my interpretation, the conditions are more favorable right now for what you want, only because it sounds like we have a little bit more wiggle room. But, I mean, we're going from deficit to more deficit. I mean, we have the money, like we're going into our savings. When we say deficit, it's not like we're taking credit to do this. Like we actually have the savings. So it's just digging deeper into the savings than we were originally planning to tonight. But this is it's actually not as deep as it was 2 weeks ago because Ed reran some numbers and already.
The team.
Yeah, the team did. And Ed and the team. And so I hope that makes sense.
There's essentially room to add the trainers in without taking out AP 13 and above, and that would still leave us better off than we were 2 weeks ago.
Correct. That is 100% correct.
Thank you, Professor. Okay, so go ahead, Andrew.
I just want to say thank you to Superintendent Segura and Mr. Ramos for engaging in this discussion. This is not something that I had discussed before this evening or even thought of until Trustee Zapata brought it up. And so I just really appreciate the fact that you're like not only entertaining this conversation, but very much like engaging with us in a collaborative. Like, it's great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It is.
Maybe I shouldn't be doing that so much.
I too want to thank you. I didn't know I was going to bring it up either, so thank you.
And can I ask our board counsel, are we able to amend the motion? Would the person who made the motion have to amend it?
Well, she could.
I think we gotta vote it down.
Maybe we need to withdraw,
We
or
can
maybe if
withdraw it.
trustee Zapata is willing to withdraw her motion to amend, then we could amend the
In a different direction.
motion.
Okay, so would you like to withdraw it and offer a different? Okay. And would you like to offer a replacement motion, which would not necessitate a swap, but would just be adding to?
Okay. So I'm going to take a stab at it. Okay. So I would like to.
Mike, please.
Okay, so I would like to amend what?
The motion to approve the budget.
Would you like me to try, trustee Zapata?
Yes.
So I think maybe what you want to do is move to amend the existing motion to approve the budget as described by reinstituting the allocation for athletic trainers. Does that
Okay.
cover it?
That covers it. Now let's see if I remember
Good
it.
enough?
Okay, I would like to amend the motion to reinstitute the 3% compensation for.
No, not that part.
By adding
Oh,
the athletic
I'm sorry.
trainer.
The allocation for the
I would like to amend the motion to add the,
Approve the budget.
to
as
approve the
described.
budget as described and add the trainers, athletic trainers to the budget.
Okay.
That's a second.
So, okay, great. So we have a motion to, let's see if I get it now. We have a motion to amend the existing motion to approve the budget as is, but then add in the athletic trainers. Okay, and that's a motion by trustee Zapata, a second by trustee Gonzalez. Is there any discussion? Okay.
I want to say, as a principle of practice, at the last minute, I would find cutting out something we agreed to for people abhorrent. And so I'm really glad that that's not
That's right.
what we ended up having to vote about.
Exactly.
And I love, to trustee Gonzalez's point, I
Okay.
love the discussion.
Thank you.
And I would like to add that I think we're all reacting to the idea that it's abhorrent to endanger children in our organization's care over $500,000. That like each child's life is incalculably
Of
precious,
course.
and I think that's what we're all reacting to.
That's
and,
right.
and remind us that it's a really horrible position to be in a place we don't have to be. But thank you all.
Okay, so all those in favor of trustee Zapata's amendment, raise your right hand, or raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Yay. Now,
We have to read it again.
yes, yeah, so now we go back. Yeah, I know.
I just know that I do go back. I think it was a typo on page 16, because on 16 it says proposed investments, 6 FTEs for trainers at a cost of $170,000. And then it says under the delayed,
That should have been
6
2,
FTEs for
yeah.
0.51. So I just want to clarify that we're not moving 6 to a total of 12.
Right.
Moving 6 to a total of 8.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the original motion to approve the budget. Wait. Yeah, the amended. Yeah, the amended budget, and we have to take a new motion for that? Or do we go back to the
No,
original?
You
Okay.
have the original that's now subject to the
Okay.
amendment.
Thank you.
And for
Okay.
transparency, we're adopting a budget with a $52.25 million deficit versus at the information session a $53 million deficit. So we're still
Okay.
lower than.
Oh, we can spend $75K more. No. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. Or 750,000 more, a different decimal point. Now you guys know how I shop. Okay, so now we are, so that we had a motion by, I believe it was trustee Boswell to approve the budget as amended with and do we need a second?
I seconded it.
Okay, oh, and we have a second
Already
by,
seconded it.
yes, with the second by trustee Kaufman. Is there any discussion? Oh my goodness. Okay, so all those in favor, raise your hand. The motion passes unanimously. We have a budget. Thank you. All right, so Superintendent Segura, do we have any new appointments approved by the budget tonight?
Well, it's approved by the board motions, yes.
Approved by, I'm sorry. Approved by the board tonight,
Yes, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Angel Wilson, our new Assistant Superintendent of Secondary School Leadership. You saw her present earlier today. Congratulations, Dr. Wilson. And then right next to her, Lakeisha Drinks, our new Assistant Superintendent of Elementary School Leadership. Awesome job. We have Crystal Frank, who is not with us. She'll be the Executive Director of Bond Contracts and Procurement Construction Management. That is a bond-funded position, so not general fund. It's, then Christine Fox will be the Executive Director of State and Federal Compliance Accountability in the Chief Financial Officer's division. So congratulations to all of you.
Okay. That's awesome. Congrats to all of you. So we will now recess the open meeting at 12:53 a.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we are finished with the executive session, we will briefly return to the open session to take action on transfer appeals and to formally adjourn the meeting. The action and adjournment will be recorded and be included in all replays of tonight's meeting. Thank you for joining us and have a great evening. So we will now reconvene in our open meeting at 1:57 a.m. Do I have a motion on agenda item 18.1, the transfer appeal on behalf of BH?
Yes, I move to uphold the administration's decision.
Okay, great. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Okay, we will now vote. Those in favor, raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Do I have a motion on agenda item 18.2, the transfer appeal on behalf of DD?
Yes, I move to affirm the decision of the superintendent and deny the relief requested.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by trustee Boswell, second by trustee Foster. Any discussion? We will now vote. Those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes unanimously. Do I have a motion on agenda item 18.3, the transfer appeal on behalf of CD?
Yes, I move to affirm the decision of the superintendent and deny the relief requested.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Boswell, second by trustee Foster. Is there any discussion? All right, we'll now vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Do I have a motion on agenda item 18.4, the transfer appeal on behalf of SL?
Yes, I move to affirm the decision of the superintendent and deny the relief requested.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion by trustee Boswell, second by trustee Foster. Any discussion?
I just want to say for all four transfers again, for the record, that I appreciate our families who want to attend certain schools and value the relationships that they have or that other kids have at that school, and want to empathize with the importance of going to a school of your choosing, but to recognize our fiscal and space limitations in honoring all those decisions, but to continue our quest to make sure every school is a school that people want to be at, and that we somehow fix our boundaries so that we have equitable, an even amount of, so we have space in schools for people to make these decisions. So I feel we have work to do, but in these cases, I feel like we have to make these decisions to recognize the wait list and the space that we have.
Thank you. All right, we will now vote. Those in favor, please raise your hand. All right, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
And I have a question for council. I did not read the first motion verbatim. Is that? What did you say? So that I move to affirm the decision of the administration. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Yes, I move to adjourn the meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by trustee Kaufman to adjourn. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. The meeting is adjourned at exactly 2:00 a.m. Thank you and good night.